Hey everyone, this is alexusadays, and today we're starting Playwright for QA automation. Today we're going to talk about why Playwright, how to do environment setup, and the goals for this course. So this course is going to be unique in a way that we don't have a roadmap that we're going to follow through, but we will build a roadmap together as we go through the course. So if you have any ideas, any suggestions, any topic that you're interested in, feel free to add them in the comments. And as I build the course, I'm going to add the videos about the topics for the Playwright automation that you're going to provide. Playwright is rapidly growing in popularity with a strong community, extensive documentation, and continuous updates, ensuring it stays relevant for modern web testing. Playwright is very easy to set up. Simple setup process enables testers to quickly begin writing and executing tests. Playwright supports cross-browser testing out of the box. That allows for writing tests once and running them across all modern browsers. Playwright supports parallel test execution out of the box, so reduces testing time by running tests in parallel. Playwright does automated media capture, so automatically captures screenshots and videos for easier debugging. Playwright has Reach API, provides a comprehensive API to automate complex user interactions. Playwright also supports API testing. Playwright has built-in reporting, so Playwright provides built-in tools for generating test reports. Playwright supports automated script creation out of the box. So Codegen records browser actions like clicks, navigation, inputs, even assertions, and generates corresponding Playwright scripts, reducing the efforts needed to write test cases. Playwright supports asynchronous testing. So Playwright handles the dynamic nature of modern web browsing by running tests that adapt to asynchronous events like loading or data fetching. The goal of this course is to equip you with the skills required to build Playwright framework and effectively use Playwright documentation to identify the right solutions for your needs. By the end of this course, you'll be able to automate your products using online resources as your guide. This will not only enhance your testing efficiency, but also empower you to deliver high-quality software more quickly and with confidence. So to get started with the Playwright, we will need to install IDE, Integrated Development Environment. For IDE, we will use VS Code, and we will need to install Node.js. Playwright installation will be done once we will go through steps 1 and 2. You'll have to create a folder where you want to run your Playwright, and then just run command npm init playwright at latest. I will show you everything in the VS Code after the installation process right now. Okay, so in order to get started, let's open a web browser, and first we want to type in Node.js. So as we type in Node.js, we'll have a nodejs.org webpage available. Let's go to the download section. Over here, it will ask you which installation you would like to do. So just do LTS, recommended for most users, and then select your system. If you're using Mac, select Mac. If you're using Windows, select Windows. All right, the download is happening. Download is complete. Let's go to the folder, and let's double click it. Okay, welcome to Node Setup. Accept the license agreement. Default path is fine, just hit next. Add to pass is selected. Everything here is okay. Let's hit next. It's asking automatically install the necessary tools. I'm gonna check mark that. It might ask you a couple times during the installation process the system if you're okay in certain parts of the installation. Just agree to everything and it should install it on your system. Okay, so installation is now complete. Let's go ahead back to the browser and search for Visual Studio Code. And here we have the download link, so let's go ahead, download it and install it. Again, select your system, download started, show it in the folder, and let's install it. Okay, so we want to accept the agreement, hit next. The default location is fine. Yes. Let's create a desktop icon. Add to pass, yes. Register code as an editor, yes. You don't have to select anything else, so this is good. Let's hit next, and let's hit install. All right, once the installation is done, what you want to do, you want to open a folder and you want to go to the folder where you will be creating the whole project. So I create a folder, Learn Playwright. So I'm going to go ahead and select this folder and it should open. It might have a pop-up if you trust the authors, just hit yes. And let's check on our node installation. At the bottom here, click on the exclamation mark in the triangle to bring up the console. Let's go to the terminal here. And you can see I am inside the Playwright. This is the whole path, the directory. And first thing, let's do node -- version. Okay, and we see the version coming up. So node was successfully installed. Now let's go ahead and install Playwright in this folder. So npm init Playwright at latest. All right, so type it out. Make sure that you are inside the folder. So you want to see your project here, project folder, and then let's start it. Okay, so it's asking us some of the things that we want to get our project going. So TypeScript or JavaScript. We're going to go with JavaScript. Where do we want to have our end-to-end tests? Which folder? It asks tests by default. Yes, agree to that. Are we going to add GitHub Actions? Not right now, so we can say false. Install Playwright browsers. You want to do that? We want to support browsers. Yes, true. And it initialized the npm project. So the file is created right here, the config file. Let's go to tests folder and see examples.spec. So there are two tests that are going to be run here. One goes to the playwright.dev and checks that the page has title Playwright right here. The second test goes to playwright.dev, then clicks on the Get Started link, and then verifies that there is installation name in the heading and it is visible. Okay, so two tests. Next, we can go to the Playwright Config. So this is all the configuration, all of the tests that we want to run. We have a bunch of browsers right now configured to run out of the box. So WebKit, which is Safari, Firefox, and Chromium. Let's highlight Firefox and WebKit. So in my case, from line 49 to line 41, and press Control / to comment it out. Okay, make sure that you have autosave in the file. So click File, and there's autosave option, and it's checked. So every time you make a change, it will save your work in progress. Now let's go and run it in a headed mode. Actually, one more thing before we run it, go into example.spec.js and let's do await page.pause with parentheses at the end. So at the end of this test case has title, and let's do the same thing here. So add await page pause right here. So at the end of the execution, it will get paused, and we want to make sure that we see what's actually happening on the screen, right? Okay, now we can say npx playwright test -- headed. So in the console, in the terminal, make sure you are in the Playwright directory where everything is installed. Type in command npx playwright test -- headed and press enter. Okay, so we see two tests are running and they're started in parallel. So here is one, and then here is another window. And you see there's an inspector popping up. This is where our pause is, and it kind of shows you everything's happening right now. So this page got verified that it has the title. This page got verified that there is installation present in the heading and it's visible. So if I'll click continue, resume right here, this little arrow, it will complete the test. So to close the window. Same thing here in the Playwright Inspector. I'm going to click Resume, this little arrow, and it's also going to close this window. All right, perfect. So 2 tests passed, and there is a report that we can view. So to open the reporter, we need to issue this command, npx playwright show report. Let's highlight it, Control-C to copy, go to the console, Control-V to paste, and let's run it. Okay, here's our reporter. So let's take a look. And it shows us that we ran example spec.js file. In that file, we had a test, has title, and it passed. You can see all the steps here, one by one. And here's the second test, get started link, all the steps here, one by one, and it also passed. All passed, 0 failed, there was no flaky, nothing skipped. Perfect. Okay, that's it. That's how we get started. And we'll continue in the next video. Thanks everyone for watching. This was alexusadays, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, this is alexusadays. Today we're going to talk about Codegen with Playwright. So this is the second module, and we're just going to go into one of the best features of the Playwright, especially if you're starting as a new automation engineer, is Codegen. So Playwright provides a command line tool to start the code generator. When you run this tool, it launches a browser in a special mode designed for recording interactions. The command typically look like npx playwright codegen followed by the URL of the web application you want to test. And I will show you that in a minute. Why use Codegen? So Codegen has interactive learning experience. So by using Playwright's Codegen tool, new testers can immediately start generating test scripts by simply interacting with the web application as they normally would as a user. This hands-on approach is highly intuitive and reduces the initial learning curve. Understanding through observation. Observing how manual interactions are translated into Playwright commands in real time helps testers understand the relationship between UI actions and the corresponding automation code. Fast prototyping. Code generation allows for rapid prototyping of tests. Testers can generate the skeleton of a test quickly and then refine and expand upon it, which is significantly faster than writing tests from scratch. Okay, so let's get into the code and see how it works. Okay, so let's get started with Codegen. We will use this webpage, the-internet.herokuapp.com/login. So this is one of very popular web pages when you can practice automation. So in this web page, we have a login screen, login page. And if you provide the correct username and correct password and hit the login button, you will get into the secure area of the web page. Here is our login, Tom Smith. So this is the username, and here's our password, super secret password exclamation mark. So pause the video and copy or type out this web address and then copy it. So like this. Now let's go to our Visual Studio Code and type in the console npx playwright Codegen, and then Control-V or right-click to paste the web page link. All right, so let's see it pasted and hit enter. And we see 2 windows popping up. So we have Playwright Inspector. You can see this little red is turned on, that it means that it is recording. So if I'll click on it, it will stop recording. Like whatever actions I perform right now, nothing happens. If I click on it again, you can see it is highlighted. Now it is recording. So if I'll click into the username field, you can see on the line 5 that the actual Playwright code was added. So it got the element username by the label, and then it clicked on it. This repeats what I do, right? Now I can type here Tom Smith. So Tom Smith. Perfect. Then let's click into the password. And you can see I kind of click around, so it's adding like additional lines of code. I will delete those later, so you don't have to worry about them. But look at line 9. So I just clicked on the password field and it recorded a step. Now we can type super secret password exclamation mark. And you can see the text right here. So that's the text we expect. After typing the password, we hit the login button. And we got into the secure area. Perfect. You also can see the code that was generated to hit on the login button. Now we can start the assertions. We actually logged into the secure area. Perfect. So the first assertion we can do, so here, assert visibility. So let's make sure that you logged in into secure area is visible. So I click assert visibility, then click on the element, and it creates an assertion on line 12. It says await, expect, then it grabs the locator by text, and then it wants it to be visible. So it's verifying that this element is visible. Nice. So after that assertion, let's assert text. So hit assert text, and now highlight the text you want to assert. So I want to assert the text of the welcome message. So I highlight the whole thing, and then it has the pop-up. You just click on the check mark, and on line 13 you see another assertion was added. Await, expect page locator h4 to contain text and the text that is in there. Okay, the last thing is assertion of a value. We don't have value on this page, so let's hit log out. Get back into the login page. And just to see how the assertion works, I'm going to type in the username number 11 and then grab assert value and then click on the username with the filled in value. Now you can see how I clicked on the logout on line 15. On line 16, I clicked on username. On line 17, I typed in number 11 in there. And on line 18, I asserted that that field has value 11. All right. So this is good enough for us to get started. So you can see how it's easy to generate code with Codegen, with Playwright. So if you're just starting, you don't know how to write code yet, go ahead and use Codegen to practice as a user would go through a web page and see how Playwright is creating the code, right? So with all this code being here, I can just copy it. There's a copy button, or you can highlight the whole thing. So let's copy it. And then go back to Visual Studio Code. And in the tests folder, I'm going to create a new file, codegen_login.spec.js. And let me paste all that code here. So Control V to paste. Great. Now I'm importing Playwright, importing test, importing expect from the Playwright. Perfect. Then the test starts. Let's give this test a name. This was generated by Codegen, and let's go line by line. So here we visit the link on line 4, line 5, and line 6. You can see I double-clicked here twice the username, so I can delete one of the lines. Now line 6, I fill out the username. Line 7, again, I misclicked, so you can delete that. Now line 7, I click on password field. Line 8, we fill out the password. Line 9, we click on the login. On line 10, we verify you logged into secure area, that it is visible. On line 11, we verify that there is the text with the welcome message. Line 12 is again misclicked, so I think we can delete this. Now on line 12 again, we click on the logout button. Then we go back into the username field. Then we type in number 11. And then we verify that this field contains number 11. So in the terminal, you can press Control-C. It's gonna terminate the batch, or essentially just stop the Codegen from running. Let's type clear to clear out the console. Now I want to run this test and see the results if it does everything that I expect it to do. So I will do test and then put dot only. So only this test runs. And let's put a pause at the very end of our verification. So I'll say await page.pause. And now let's run it. So npx playwright test. Let's do dash dash headed. So we actually visually see how it's running, and hit enter. All right, so here's the test. Actually finished, so it runs really quick, but you can see step by step how it was executed. So the same code that we have right now. I can resume, and what this will do, it will unpause and finish the test. So hit on it and test is done. So instead of having one pause, let's add one more pause. So copy this and put it from line 16. Hit enter to start a new line and put it also on line 5. Back in the console, click on it and then press upper key on your keyboard to bring back the previous command. So we have npx playwright test dash dash headed and run again. So the browser comes up, but now you see it's paused right after getting to the herokuapp.com login. And here we have our Playwright inspector. So let's step through each step and see how it's being executed. There is the button step over, so I can click on it. And now you can see what's happening. So Playwright went into the username field, showing us how it grabbed it, the locator. So again, next step. Now it's about to fill it out. Next step, we can see text being added. So same thing now, clicks on the password. Next step, about to fill it out. Next step, the actual password added. The next step, clicks on the login button. Next step, it verified that you logged into secure area was visible, and now it's verifying that welcome to the secure area. This text is there. It is present. Yep, perfect. After that, moves to log out button. Next step, logs out, goes back to the username field, types in 11, and then asserts that it has value 11. Yep, right here, the last execution, line 16. And now with at the pause that is right here on line 17, and we're ready to finish the test. Step over, or that's going to finish it, or just hit resume, and we're done. So one test pass, and we have a report available, so we can copy npx playwright show report, paste it in the console, and let's open it up. Here's our report. Here's our code that we added. So this was generated by Codegen. Here's all the steps that we went through, and everything passed. Okay. So yeah, this is how it is to start with Playwright. You can just record and click through. Now, obviously, we're going to learn more. We're going to learn how to find locators ourselves, how to create assertions, and many other things as we go through the course. But if you need to immediately start with Playwright, you can start it by doing Codegen, and you can start learning by actually recording your steps, then creating test cases out of them. Okay. So this was alexusadays, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hey everyone, this is alexusadays, and we're continuing Playwright QA automation course. So today we're going to understand the Playwright code that Codegen created. So this will be module 3, understand Codegen code. So in the previous video, we looked at how to automate the login process to the website, the Internet herokuapp.com login, using Playwright's powerful code generation capabilities. Code generation allows for rapid prototyping of tests. Testers can generate the skeleton of a test case quickly and then refine and expand upon it, which is significantly faster than writing tests from scratch. Codegen is a great way to learn coding. First, you can generate code automatically and then practice by rewriting it yourself. This helps you get better at understanding how code works. Today we're going to build the same test case together, and we'll go through the code line by line, explaining what each part does as we proceed. Okay, so here we have our Codegen login spec.js, the one that Codegen created. Let's go ahead and then test create new file and call it just login.spec.js. So this is the file where we create our code. So now I want you to do a split screen. There's a split editor right here. So if you click on it, you can see we have login window open here now, and then we can close this one, this tab right here. Okay, so now we will have code side by side. One thing though, there is a way to fit more. So you can zoom out in the view. So view, appearance, and zoom out, right? And then also we can minimize our Explorer right here. So if I click on Explorer in the left corner, now it's gone. So I have two code windows that we can work with. So the test case starts with import test expect from Playwright test. So what it does, and if we will highlight this area, just mouse over test and click control and click on it, you can see it takes us to node modules, Playwright types, and to the file. So essentially, when we were doing installation, and you remember it created here a file called package.json, it created a directory where it placed our package for Playwright. So when we're doing import test expect, we're actually importing test functionality and expect functionality from that Playwright module. So that's the line that does that. So we need this line in order to be able to work with the Playwright. So, so I'm going to close this menu again, Explorer, and let's create the same line. So import and then test. So with that, we will be able to run the test, and then expect. With that line, we will be able to do verification. So from, and here we're just saying at Playwright test. So it knows where it is. It knows it's a node module. It knows the directory. So it's going to go and grab that functionality from there. Okay, perfect. Now, in order to start test execution, we need to create word test. Then we open parentheses, and in curly braces, just like that, we will provide code. One thing though, everything has to be within the parentheses. So here, we want to have text here. So that will be the title of the test case. So in the quotes, we want to separate it by comma. We do want to have a sync keyword because a sync keyword is essentially will wait for everything to be executed step by step. And I'll explain in details. I'll give more examples as we go. We'll have a deeper dive in everything that we do today. But just now, I want to have like a boilerplate visual structure of the code. So then we open parentheses, we put an arrow key, and we separate our curly braces. Over here, we also want to add word page in curly braces. And that will be our boilerplate code to run in tests. So with the word test, we initialize the test that we're going to do. Here, we want to provide name of the test that we will have. So this is a login test. So whatever name you want, we're going to call it a login test. Then there's a sync keyword. When you work with web pages, not everything loads at the same time. So this combination with async await that you see right here allows the code to wait for the elements to load, and essentially it returns a promise. So it says at some point this page will load, and this address will load, and I will take it in first. So it waits for this response. This page right here is waiting for this response, and then when it comes back, when it's available, then it gets executed using this async await combination. So Playwright is smart in this way because before that you had to manage, if something was failing, if something wasn't loading, you had to manage a lot of code, a lot of asynchronous code to make sure that everything executes. With Playwright, there is no more issue like that. I mean, occasionally there might be some things that you need to tweak, but generally speaking, it waits for all of the elements and it's built in. All right, so our very first step is that we're going to this particular page. So I'm just going to copy and paste this code. So it says await page dot and then go to command and then the address of this page. And let's add our pause right after this so we can see that it actually does go to the page. So await page dot pause. And what we can do here, I remove dot only in the Codegen, and I'm going to add dot only in the test that I'm creating. So only this test is going to execute. In the console, we can say npx playwright test dash dash headed, so we can see what's happening. Okay, our test is running, and here we have our inspector pausing and coming up on the pause command on line 5, and we are at the page. Perfect. So now once that is done, what is happening here? So next thing, we're going and grabbing by label username and clicking on it. So when we'll be working with a page, and I'll have it here available, go to the internet.herocode.com, log in, and here you can right click and do inspect. When you do inspect with a right click, it opens a console, DevTools, where you can see how to locate certain elements. Over here we have username, and we have an ID username. So you can provide this as a locator. Now, Playwright does suggest to use built-in locators. So here is documentation for locators on Playwright, and it says Playwright comes with multiple built-in locators. To make tests resilient, we recommend prioritizing user-facing attributes and explicit contracts such as page get by role. So Playwright saying use our locators first, the one that we have provided. So get by role, get by label, get by placeholder. There's a whole list of the locators that they have, right? So you can see it in the quick guide at the top. By role, by text, by label, by placeholder, by alternative text, by title, by test ID. And that's all great most of the time. I mean, you can use that. But the second best when you create automation test cases, normally you will have an ID, a unique ID built in for the element. If it's not there, maybe you can talk with your dev team and ask to create unique IDs for elements to interact with. So to do that, you can just use and go by locator. So here we have by locate by CSS or XPath. So we will be using CSS. In some examples, we're going to use built-in locators that Playwright provides. In some ways, we're just going to use locator, this one, and provide certain CSS attributes. Again, this is just a brief explanation of what's going on. We will have following videos that dive in depth on how to get locators, what our different locators are there, and so on. All right, so we're back at the page. We right-clicked, inspect, and we can see it has ID username. If I'll go to console, I put $, parentheses, and within quotes, I put hashtag username, $2, right? Over here, you can see it gets highlighted. So it found only one username, ID, and it highlights when I hover over it. So there's only one username, and I can use this locator. So I can say await page dot locator, within quotes here, hashtag username, and then dot click. So it will find this field by the locator username, by the ID, and then it will click on it. Same thing that we were doing on line 6 with Codegen, but the difference is it was getting by label username, and we're doing it by page locator. And here, if I'll click on by label, it will explain what's the difference. So most form controls usually have dedicated labels that could be conveniently used to interact with the form. In this case, you can locate the control by its associated label using by label. So it's looking specifically on the label. And do we have a label here? Let's inspect it one more time. And here is label. So you see it's within the label tags. So, but instead of label, we actually used ID, this guy right here. So there are multiple ways how you can get the element that you're trying to reach. In line 5 right here, I'm using unique ID, and the Playwright Codegen used label. So the next step is to fill out the actual login information. So same thing, await page dot locator, and it's still username, same field, right? And then we say dot fill, and then we need to provide in parentheses, in quotes, what are we filling in that field? So Tom Smith. Okay, perfect. The next one is password. So again, it got it by label password. We're gonna go back to the Internet Chromium, right click inspect. Let's press on this little mouse here. And let's go to the password field. And then again, there is an ID here, password. So I can again use this ID. When you use an ID, you just provide a hashtag and the ID value in the quotes. So I can just copy and paste it. And over here, I will update it to password. Same here. I can copy, paste it, and let's just have password here. So for the password, we're filling in super secret password. All right, so we're getting closer. The next element that it was interacting with is button, and it had name login with a symbol. Now, I'm not a big fan of this particular locator, so I can still say, let's get by role button, but instead of name with a symbol like this, there is a better way to do it. You can use regex, so regular expression, and we will talk what it is, but essentially I can say /login/I. So this regular expression means I will grab anything, any text that is login, and I will ignore upper and lower cases. So it will look into the button and into the name login, and login can be upper, lower login, just has to contain login text. There is a web page, and again, we will be explaining more about it as we go. So regex1on1.com. So if I copy and paste this regular expression right here, it will tell me what it does. Login matches the character login, literally case insensitive. One way, like to generate code, to generate regular expressions without learning it, just have basic understanding, is to use ChatGPT. So if I'll go to ChatGPT and ask, hey, how can I generate a regular expression that will find certain text, it will have regex generated for me, and then you can go here, paste it, and see what actually does, if it does what you're expecting it to do. Okay. So we did quite a lot here. We actually got through filling out information and clicking login button. So let's run our test. Okay, and we can see it logged in and paused. Perfect. So now we're in that secure area, so we can write some assertions for that. The next line that Codegen created is expect to find this text. So you log in into secure area and it should be visible. Okay, let's see if we can find a locator that is looking at the element here. So you logged into the secure area, inspect. I'm gonna hover over it. So there is an ID and it's flash. So if I'll go to console, $2, parentheses, and hashtag flash, close the quotes, run it. There's only one locator. You can see there's first element 0, there's no other elements, just 0, and then when you hover over it, it highlights the area. Okay, so there is an ID I can use, so I might just well use it. So let's do await So this time we need to do expect, right? So we're verifying what text will be displayed there, and then within the parentheses, we can say page dot locator, and our locator is hashtag flash. Okay, so now it finds it and it expects something to happen. After that, we can chain the methods, and we can say to dot and then say to contain. So essentially the same thing that happened here, right? It found it by h4 locator, we found it by flash, but we want to find, instead of by text here, we found by locator. So line 11, it found it by text. We found by locator at line 10. And we can say to be visible, sure, as our assertion, or we can verify the actual text. So we can say to contain text, and then in parentheses, in quotes, you want to provide the text you're trying to find. So you logged in into secure area. So we can do it just like that. Or we can do it like that, by regular expression. All right, so next one is welcome to the secure area text. So let's add this one as well. So next one is await, expect. Same thing here, we want to grab it, page.locator, right? And once we grab it, we also want to verify to contain text and whatever text we want it to have. So it grabbed it by h4 element, and this is what it is. So let's go here. So by that h4. There's also a class subheader, so I can combine two of those elements in one locator. I can say in quotes h4, just like on line 12, and then I can add the class dot subheader, and then to contain text, welcome to secure area. When you're done, click logout below, and let's put it in the regular expression, and let's run it. So I just canceled the batch that was running, double click Control C in the terminal, press arrow key up to trigger the previous command, and then hit enter. It's going to run the script now. Okay. So it looks like everything's good. So it asserted on line 10 that we are logged in into secure area, this text, and on line 11, right here, it asserted this text. Perfect. So next step should finish the test. Test passed. All right. So we have a couple things left. I'm going to clear the console. Over here, it clicked on the logout button. And this time it gets it by role. I think getting by role here is a good choice, because if we'll go into our web page, so Tom Smith, or our page under test, password, login. So if I'll inspect the logout button here, what we see for a locator, so it has tag A and I, very different class names. One class name that I can use is button, where I can sign out and then log out text, or a link. So there's a lot of different things I can use here. Creating something through a locator that has text would be a little bit more complex than just doing what is on line 13. But I can say, again, I can say await page.locator. And over here, I can say, first, our tag is A. So this tag. Then I can say dot class, so dot button, dot secondary, dot radius. So dot button, and then dot second, dot radius. So there are like 3 different classes used there, and I provide all of them. And then I can do colon and say has dash text, and the text would be logout. Now, because I already have single quotes, the text I'm trying to find here, I'll have to have it in double quotes because it's inside the single quotes. If I'll have it in single quotes like this, it will break the code because opening and closing quotes will end here first time, and then second time starts here. So if you enclose something in single quotes, use double quotes inside, and vice versa. Initially, if you use double quotes, then use single quotes inside. So in double quotes, I will say has text logout, and after that, I will click on it, dot click. All right. So you can see this locator is a little bit longer than just going and grabbing it by link, by role link with name logout. The rest we're again finding username. So this time let's find the username by label. I'm gonna add a pause right here before we click logout so we can go step by step. And then again, it gets by label username and adds value 11. So that's our line 15. And then verifies that number that we added inside on line 16 here. So grabbing this field and then making sure that the value 11 that we put in is inside the field. Okay, so let's run the whole thing. So it ran until the click on the logout button, and then we can just go step by step. So instead of resuming, I will click step over. So it will go to line 13, and it found the locator. Now it has to click on it, or it actually did not find the locator. Yeah, it looks like it's waiting for the locator to show up. So it didn't find a locator. Okay, so page, locator, a button, second. I think it's something with the, it's not second, let's inspect it. What's the class name? Secondary, okay. So not second, secondary. Secondary. All right, cancel it out, run one more time. So we got all the way to the login, step over to the next step. Okay, it located it. Another step over, clicked on it, then found username again, the field. Now it's gonna type in 11. And then it will verify that it has value 11 that we typed in. All right, step over last step, and it's closed. One test passed, and we have a report to look at. So run the report. And here's our test name. So this is login test. You see this is the name that we provided. Here's all the steps. There's some before hooks, we don't have any. After hooks, it just creates and closes the page. We'll talk about before and after hooks as we go. But yeah, that's our code. This is step by step, the same code that Codegen created, we just create ourselves. And hopefully by typing out this code, by looking at the locators, by looking how Playwright interacts with the elements, it gets a little bit clearer on how to do it yourself. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. This was alexusadays, and I will see you in the next one. Hey everyone, this is alexusadays. So let's move into the next module. So here we're going to build Click Me web page. So it's going to be module number 4. And in order to understand how to get locators, how to select elements, I would like to build a little page for us that we can practice on, just to see the most generic selectors that you're going to use, how we can do it ourselves. So let's build a simple HTML page to understand HTML structure. Later we will use this page to practice finding locators. We will need to install Live Server extension in Visual Studio Code to be able to run HTML page locally. Basic HTML structure representation for selecting locators looks something like this. You have an open tag, you have attribute name, then equal and attribute value inside the quotes, and then the opening tag is closing. Then you have some content inside that is displayed to the user, some text, and then you have a closing tag. On the real web page, it will look something like this. So we have a button here, then there is our attribute name ID, and then the attribute value, then the contact is the text on the button, click me, and then you can see the closing tag. All right, let's go ahead and build the page. Okay, so here we are in our project. We don't have to be in the test folder. We can just be in our folder at the very top. So learn Playwright, right click, new file, and let's call this clickme.html. Typically, when someone builds a web page, they have a lot of organization to their web page project. So they will have a separate folder for their styles, for the CSS. They will have like a separate folder for their scripts. We're going to have everything in the one file, very concise and simple. But just follow along, type it out, and I'll try to explain as we go. So we'll start with an angle brackets opening, and here we need to say doc type HTML. So this is we initializing our web page. We're saying this is going to be our HTML. Then we need to open another HTML tag, just say HTML, and it auto suggests us the closing tag. So the whole content of the web page will be between those two tags, open HTML and close HTML tag. Next thing that you want to add is the head. Here inside the head we put the title for the page, so let's say title, and however we want to call our page, so let's say button click counter. So this is going to be our title for the page. Also here we're going to put our CSS, so all the design and like the styles for the page. So you want to start style tag, it's going to open close, and all the CSS will go in between. So for the body of the text, for the body of the HTML, you put a body and then use parentheses. Within parentheses we have to provide parameters for the body. So have to use some default font. So we'll say font family. Let's do Segoy UI. So it has actually auto suggests a whole set of text. Just the first one. Let's select this line. We need to delete the first Segoy UI. So here we are done with the font family. And then on the new line, we will do text align. So how we want to align our text, we want it to be center. Next one is our margin for the top. We will give it value 50 pixels. This is like the style and parameters for our body of the web page. The next one we will do body style class. So dot body button style class. So here I will have parameters for our button. I did not create the button yet, but this is just the CSS, the styles for it. So button style, and within the button style I need to provide what I want for it. So I'll say padding 10 pixels, 20 pixels, then font size, let's do 16 pixels, and then cursor, let's make it pointer. Okay, so this is for our button, and the next thing is the counter. Also, I don't have this class yet. I'll have to provide it as I create the rest of the web page, but I'm just gonna create styles beforehand. So counter style, And again, open parentheses. Within parentheses, we need to provide values. So margin top, let's do 20 pixels. And then font size, let's do 20 pixels. Okay, so our CSS, our styling for the page is ready. It's going to be inside the head. And now from the head, we're going to move into the body. You can minimize that. Here we will start with angle bracket, type in body, closing angle bracket, and it will give you opening tag and closing tag. So everything else is going to go in here. So the body of the web page itself. So let's create a button. So that is our tag, right? Opening tag. Then we'll give some ID to this button. So let's call it click button. That's going to be the ID. Let's give it a class. So we used here button style class. So this is how it's going to know all the CSS that we allocated for it. So we can say class button style. You don't need the dot here, so you do need the dot here, but you don't need the dot here. All you need to do is put class within the quotes after the class attribute name, right? So here's our opening tag. There's no closing tag yet. There's attribute name, attribute value, attribute name, attribute value. Okay, after class let's do data action, and let's call this increment. Now I'm gonna be adding some of the attributes which are not going to be directly assigned to anything, but I want to have them so we can work with them to practice our locators. Then let's do role. Here we will say button. Now the opening tag is we're closing it. It automatically added the closing tag right here. Here we will put the text that will be displayed in the button. So let's say click me. Very obvious, right? Here's our click me button. Okay, perfect. Let's add counter. So there's going to be container div. So essentially like a new line. We will give it ID counter. So this is going to be used for like testing ID, and class for styling. The same thing we use here, counter style. So we can use counter style. So this is the class to get the parameters for the text size and stuff. Next one is data-counter equals number. All right, close this, and let's have a starting value 0. Okay, so here's the page. All we need to really add is the script. I'm not going to add script right away. I just want to see the visuals for the page. So let's go ahead and install extensions. In extensions, go and type live server. And you will see live server, development local server. Let's click install. Okay, the live server was added. If I go back to Explorer and click me, right click it, you see open with live server. Hit that and it's going to open our page. It shows the port where it created it. So you can see started at port 5501. And let's take a look at the page. So here it is, button click counter. Here's our title. Click me HTML. Here's the name of the file. Click me HTML, here's the name of the file, and here's our click me button. So nothing's happening yet. So we have this web page, we have the styles, we have the text. We need to add the script. In order for it to work, we need to add the script. So the script is going to be a very simple script, a counter. Let's go back and open click me HTML. All right, I'm going to minimize the styles here. Also press Control- to zoom out a little bit. So you want to place script, again, typically in a big page when everything's managed, script would be like a separate file, CSS will be a separate file. On this simple page, everything's going to be within one HTML. So at the very end of the body, you want to add script. So open for the tagged, angle brackets for the tagged, and say script, and close it. So here inside we'll have script. Why it's normally placed at the end of the body, you want the page to load first. So the page will load and then it will start calling the scripts. Okay. All right, let's do a let count equals 0. So here we'll have our variable where we're going to store the counter value. Now let's create const button. So this is variable we're going to store our button, and we have to grab this button somehow. So to grab the button, we need to say document and then get element by ID. So it will go in our page, in our document. This whole thing is a document, and it will grab element by ID. And if we're grabbing a button, right, we need to provide the ID that we use for the button element. So that would be click button, right? So let's provide this in parentheses and quotes, click button. So this is the first thing that we need. And the second thing is the counter, right? So because we're going to do something with the counter, we're going to increase the counter every time we click on the button. So let's create a variable for the counter. So const counter, document, again, same thing, get element by ID, and it's going to be counter. So here's our element right here, counter. All right. So we're almost done with the script. Now we need to write a simple function. So button, this button that we have, button dot and some action on click. So whenever we click on the button, something should be happening. What we're going to have here, well, we're going to have here a function. So button on click equals function, and we don't pass any parameters here, so just empty parentheses. And within the curly braces, we add what should be happening. So count plus plus. So increase count by 1. So this value, count, right? And then update counter dot inner text to be equal to count. So counter, this guy right here, this element, this is the inner text of the counter right here. We will be updating it to the value of the count, and the value of the count will be increased by 1. This is what count plus plus means. Every time we click on the button, and the button is the click button. All right, let's save it. And let's open it one more time. Open with live server. Okay, so this wasn't the working version, this is the newer version. Now every time I'm going to click on this button, the counter is going to go up. The function is going to execute, and the counter is going to go up. So this is essentially the web page that we need to practice some of the selectors to understand how we can select different elements using different methods. So let's build this, have this running, and then we will move to the next video. And if you want the page, so here it is with the styles expanded. You can pause the video and just retype this whole thing and then launch it with the live server. So it should work for you. All right, so this was alexusadays, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is alexusadays, and we're continuing Playwright QA automation. Today we're going to learn how to find selectors. Now, we already did a lot. We're in module 5 right now. In the previous modules, we learned about Codegen. We created the same code that Codegen created. We built our own web page to practice during today's lesson. So now let's get into it. Let's understand how we can find elements and add specific selectors to our code. Remember, the basic structure is you have angle bracket and then there's a tag. Then after a tag, you have some attribute, and attribute might have some value. Within the tag, you can also have multiple attributes, and attributes are like ID or class and so on. Then you have some content that might be text, and then after content, you have a closing tag, right? So this is like the very basic framework that you will be working with. Today we will focus on selecting by ID, targets the element by its unique ID, selecting by class for elements with specific class, selecting elements by tag name and class, combining tag and class for unique ID. We will be selecting elements by attribute value for elements with specific attribute values. We will do partial attribute value selection, so elements whose attribute contains specific text. We'll be selecting by text content, so finds elements by their visible text. And we will use some of the Playwright's specific locators. We also will take a look at the documentation. We can see the examples of those locators and how to use them. And in the end, we're going to use RenderX Velocity Chrome plugin to help you get in the selectors if you're having trouble selecting them on your own. All right, let's get into the code. Okay, here we are. This is our Click Me HTML web page. So let's right-click it and open with live server so we can have a web page running. And here it is started. And remember, whenever you click on the button, it will add to the counter. Perfect. So copy the address. And then let's go ahead and create new test. So we'll go into test folders, new, and let's do it, call it selectors.spec.js. All right, so the very first thing we're doing is we're importing Playwright. So import, test, and expect. So we will use both of those. From, and within quotes, at Playwright test. Perfect. Now let's create our test. So test.only. This is going to be the only test that we will be running. And let's call this learning selectors. All right. We need to make sure it's async. So we add async keyword. And here within parentheses and then within curly braces, we just add page. So the element, the object that will be interacting. And now we need to put an arrow here, open curly braces, and within them, within those curly braces, all of our steps gonna go right here. Okay, so what do we need to do first? The very first thing when we start in the test case, right? We need to navigate to the web page. So let's do navigate to the web page, and we will navigate to the server address that we just launched. So this website right here. So we're going to grab this, and that's where Playwright going to go. So await page.go to, and here in parentheses in quotes provide the address. Okay, perfect. This is our very first step. So now let's talk about selecting elements. The very stable locator is your ID. So the very first will be selecting by ID. You want to select by unique IDs if they're available, because most likely they're not going to change as the web page changes. Unique ID stays the same. So even though details of the element might change, if the ID stays the same, your test is still going to locate it and still going to interact with it, right? So await page.locator, and now we need to select our ID. So let's go here to the page. Let's click inspect and look at the element. Here's our ID. Click button. So this is the one we created. So we can keep on looking into the dev tools like that, opening them up and just looking through the element. Or if we want, we can just have our Click Me web page on the right side here and look into the elements right here. So whatever you prefer. I'll probably just be switching between the code and the web page, so it's kind of more closer to the real scenario. You're looking into the actual IDs and elements in the browser. Okay, selected, so hit this arrow to select an element, click on the element. It will open up here the page code, and here's our ID click button. All right, let me just move it a little bit so we can kind of interact with the second, both overlay them one over another, so it's a little bit quicker to switch between them, something like that. Okay, so page locator, and let's go ahead and copy the locator, click ID button, and we put it in quotes. And if we select it by ID, when you use an ID, you need to provide a hashtag, just like that, and then do .click. So we will click on the element based on the ID. Let's add pause. Let's add pause so we know what's happening. So page.pause. After the last step, we're going to pause so it doesn't close the window. We'll see the click actually happening. npx playwright test -- headed. So we will see in actual browser how this is happening. Okay. Another thing how we can do it, instead of doing the pause, we see it clicked one time. It's still happening on the other screen, and I have to drag it in. So instead of pausing, you can launch with debug flag. So debug. I think this is debug. This is very useful if you're writing code and you want to see how it interacts with the page. You can actually click through each step. It's not going to start execution. You kind of manually go through each step when you use debug mode. So npx playwright test -- headed -- debug. Let's start it. Okay, so it opens up Playwright Inspector, and it opens up a blank page. And now we can say, hey, go to the step over, move to the next step. So our step that is going to go to is on line 5, you can see, and it's going to go to the page that we created. Here it is, the page is open. The next step, you can see it's clicking on the button based on the locator on the ID click button, and then it's going to press click. And now we have one counter added. Perfect. Okay, so this is the selection by ID. Second is, let's do selecting by class. There are multiple classes that we have, but we'll just use one of them. So same thing, we start with await, page.locator, and here within quotes, we need to provide a class. So let's go and find our class. Again, click on the element. So what do we have here? Class button style. So this is the class that we're going to use. Let's copy it. So I double clicked it. It's highlighted the whole thing. Press Ctrl C to copy it. And I go back into the code. Press Ctrl V to paste it. Now, when you're using class, you need to provide dot before the class name. If you use your class in the code, this is indicating, this little dot is indicating that this is a class. Same thing like this hashtag is indicating that this is an ID. This little dot is indicating that this is a class. Okay, let's run one more time. So now it should click twice. Here it is up. Next step 1, and next step 2. You see it clicked twice. So we have 2 now. Perfect. After selecting by class, let's do by tag name. By tag name, or by tag and class. So you can combine 2. Sometimes classes are used across different elements, and in order to narrow down your search, be more specific, you can add a tag before the class, so it will narrow down your selection. So await page.locator. Here we're going to provide locator and then .click. Okay, so we know our class is button style, so we can just use that. What about a tag? So what tag we have in this element? After the angle bracket, we have a button. So this is a tag, this is opening tag, and this is closing tag at the very end, right? With a forward slash. So we can say button, so a tag name, and then dot button style. So essentially tag and class together. So class, so tag, and then the class. Let's run it. I'm not going to have a debug. I'm just going to run it and head it, and we should see 3 clicks at the very end. Yep, and you can see it's 3. And here's the line that we added, and it stopped at line 16 on pause. Perfect. So the next way how we can search for a selector is by attribute value. So by attribute value. Right? So we need to provide name of the attribute and then the value of attribute within our selector. So await. So same thing. Await page dot locator dot click. I'm just gonna take this here and copy paste it, so I don't have to type it every time. I'm just gonna copy paste it. All right, let's take a look at our code again. So here's our button. What kind of attribute we can use? So there's a data action attribute, and there is increment as the attribute value, right? So we can use that. By the way, we can use any of the attribute values. We can use class button style, role button. Any of the attributes is going to work, but we can just use data action. So for example, let's do, so you have to put it in square brackets, data action, and then equals and value, because I opened up the locator with single quotes, the value in itself, I will have it in double quotes, increment, and open a close square bracket. So if I'll do that, let's run it. Okay, so it's 4, it's 3, have to be 4, so it didn't click it. For some reason, it did not click it. Data action, so let's make sure it's data action. And increment. Make sure there are no typos here. All right, let's see. Okay, the reason why I didn't click it because I forgot to add parentheses after the click method. Let's run one more time. Let's do it with a debug just to make sure. Okay, here we are. First step, we're at the page. Clicking once, clicking twice, clicking 3 times. Okay, here's our last one by attribute value. So data action increment, click it 4 times. You see the 4 is selected. But interesting enough, I mean, everything here is essentially attribute and value, even class and ID. So I can say ID, and then with an ID, click button, or I can say class and button style. Okay, let's run one more time. Not the lick button, but the click button. Okay, cancel this one more time. All right, first step, first click, second click, third click, Click number 4. Okay, so it did by data action increment. So attribute name, attribute value. Now by ID, click button. Now by class, button style. So essentially, even the ID, this thing, and the class, this thing, they all are attributes, right? We have attribute values specifically for the elements that we cannot target like this easily, or through the dot, or through the hashtag. Like, you know, there's an ID, you can tag by ID. You know, there's a class, you can tag by a class. But you can still tag the same elements. You can reach them through attribute name, attribute value combination, like here. See it? That is not common. Like, if you have an ID, you want to use something like that, but it is still possible. Okay. All right, let's do number 5. And 5, we will have partial attribute. Like, this is helpful if you want to search by some part of the value. If you can't provide the whole one, you want to just make sure there's a match, and you can search by some sort of a partial match. So let's copy this, await page locator. And for the partial search, you can do, so say we're going to search by role, and the role in double quotes. What's the role here we have? So the role is button, right? So attribute name is role, attribute value is button. But let's say I don't want to search by a button, I want to search by a but, right? So this will fail. It's not going to find it. There's no role but. But if I will put here an asterisk, so Shift 8 at the end of the role, now it will search by any match. If any of the elements have but in it, then it will click on it. You can see it. Let's do a debug. Okay. So next step, next step, next step. And here we're at step 5. So locator role but. You can see it's highlighted. Let's do step over, and it's been clicked. Perfect. Number 6, by text content. So you can search by text within the element. So the text here would be, if we take a look at our click me button. So the text is actually right here, right? Click me is the text. This, what is visible to the user, this text, click me, you can search by that. By text visible to the user, or by text content, right? So again, await page.locator, and here let's provide the text. So all you really need to do is type text and then equals click me. So there are no additional quotes. You open up quote, you close quote. So text equals click me. Let's run it. Now we should have 6 clicks at the end. And I forgot to add a function at the end. Okay, let's one more time. Yep, we got 6. So our 6 clicks are here. Click number 6 is by the text content. So it found that click me text and it clicked on it. Next one, let's do combining selectors for precision. So combine selectors for precision. We already did something like that where we combined tag and a class. So let's combine selectors for precisions. So let's say class and text. So that's going to be a little bit different. Again, we're doing await page.locator, and over here, so we want to do by button style. So this is our class. We're selecting by class, and how we can narrow it down. So we can put colon, and then say text. Text, and now within parentheses, in double quotes, you provide text. So click me. Right. Let's run this with a debug. I keep on forgetting to add parentheses at the end. All right, let's one more time. Clear. Because I know what I know why I keep on forgetting to add it, because I never copied it. Okay, here we are. So the click number 7 will be our last click by combining the class and text, right? Visiting page, first click, second, third, number 4, number 5, number 6. Here's our click number 7. So it found button style class and then text click me inside. And right, perfect, it clicked on it. All right, so the next one we will have, number 8, we'll have has text. Here we used text, so colon text. This is to find exact text match. There's another way of searching by text, and it is called has text, right? So has text is a little bit more flexible. It supports partial match, and it is case insensitive by default. And you can search element containing certain text with has text versus the text. So this is a little bit more flexible, right? Find elements containing specific text, right? So there are two ways, one through text, other one has text. So same thing, await page locator dot click, and what are we going to search for? Well, we can search for a button. So let's do tag button and then use has text. So for that, we will say tag, so button, that's our tag, right? And then here again, colon, and we say has text, and we provide the same parentheses, within parentheses, in double quotes, we say click me, right? Or let's say click M. Let's see what happens. So partial text, let's see if that's, how's that gonna work? Okay, so we're at number 7, 6, 7, and 8. So has text click M. Even though the text is click me with all capital letters, it still found click M. So the partial match was enough for it to click. So you can see has text is a little bit more flexible in match. So text is exact match. This is exact. This is partial. All right, click me. All right, great. And let's do number 9. Let's do attribute and text. Why we're paying so much attention to the text? Well, sometimes you might have an element that is hard to pick. You have to kind of play around with it. So doing a combination of elements, maybe not the best solution, but if it works for the moment, this is might be the only way how you're going to reach the element, right? So attribute and text combination. So await page locator click. What attribute we're going to use? Well, we had an attribute here, data increment. So let's grab that. And let's say text click me. So before we did combination here on line 26, we did combination of class and text. Here we're doing attribute and text combination. Right, text click me. Let's run it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the last one is 9, so it found it. And step over. All right, click 9 times. Perfect. Now we're gonna talk, let's talk about a little bit about Playwright locators. So 10 is Playwright locators. It is important for you to use Playwright documentation and learn how to refer to the Playwright documentation, because it's going to be a lot easier to go through documentation if you don't know something, to search and read and figure things out on the spot. Like if you're stuck, Playwright provides amazing documentation. So let's go to the docs, and here let's search for locators. Locators. Locating elements. Here we are. So there's a quick guide on locators. We're not going to use all of them, but Playwright suggests that you use locators where possible, the built-in one, this list first, and then if you can't select through the built-in Playwright locators, then you go to using locator and then specific element selection. So then you go to using this variation. Generally speaking, what you want to do is first selecting by ID. So you have an ID, you can use your ID with page locator and then hashtag ID as your first, the most stable selector. If that is not available, if you have then text, classes, all of that stuff, but you can do selection by built-in selectors first, so through these, so use these, okay? And there are a couple examples here, so I'm gonna copy this link, and you should copy this link, and let's put it here at comment on line 34. Let's add the address here, so we know where to search for the Playwright locators. Okay, so here is, for example, by text, right? So we already did by text, but there is a built-in locator or selector, same thing, in Playwright. So if you click on it, it will actually give you an example. Very, very good example. So here's welcome John text. Here's a tag span, right? Then there's a content, and then here's a closing tag span. And how you locate it, or how Playwright located this element, it just said, okay, page get by text, welcome John. So it just went through to the text and got it. It's doing assertion here, so doing to be visible. We're not doing the to be visible assertion, we're just going to be clicking on it. So for us, let's actually copy this line right here. Go to our Playwright. Let's here do get by text, right? How the Playwright wants it. And I'm just going to copy, paste it here. So I don't need expect, so I'm going to say page get by text, and to be visible, I need to remove that and just add dot click. Okay, so what is the text? Well, in our case, the text on the button is click me. Yep, get by this text. All right, let's run it. So that is going to be click number 10. Let's step over in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And here's the last one. So get by text click me. You can see it's already selected. It's waiting for the actual click action. Step over and it's clicked. Perfect. All right. Again, I'm not going to show you all of them. Take time, go through the documentation and try to experiment with all of those locators by yourself with the web page if it's possible to do them. I'm just going to grab a couple from here. And when you read through the locator, make sure you click on it because it gives you particular examples. Like here, for example, by ID, it says, well, there has to be a specific ID. So you can't just use ID like this one, ID click button, because by default, it's looking for a test ID. And the test ID, the name of the attribute is data-test ID. So it has a specific test ID that it's looking for. And the test ID attribute is defined in a config, right? So if you want to change it, you can change it through the config. See? So it's very critical when you refer to documentation to actually click on things, right, and read about them, not just grabbing through here. Hey, here's a quick guide. Let me just use by text and then or use by ID, and wondering why it's not working. Actually, click on it, read about it, the selection method, see the examples, and understand how it is implemented. So, like if I want to use a different ID, not the default one, the attribute name for the ID, I have to go to the config and add this line right here. So change the test attribute to whatever you use in your team, right? Okay, so practice them on your own. Let's grab number 11, so by role. We're gonna use by role as the last one. By role, quick guide. Here's by role, the very first one. Let's click on it. So, for example, here, role checkbox. So input type checkbox, by role button with specific text. So it also grabs the text, and you can use a regex here. It's using regex to grab the text instead of the quotes, right? Okay, so for us, let's get by role button. So we have role here button. So let's grab that. And we can also say there is a specific text in it, specific name for that role, right? Here it's saying submit, but we have click me. So I'm just going to copy this line and let's update it. So await get by role. So role is button, but instead of submit, we can say click me. And this is regex expression again. Very useful to do like partial searches and partial matches with regex. If you go to regex 101 and you want some regex to see what it is, what it's doing, you just grab it. So let me grab this one and then paste it. And it tells you what it does. So click me matches the character. Click me literally case insensitive. So the I here is saying case insensitive, right? Ignores cases AZ, AZ capital lower. All right, perfect. So let's get back to the code and see. Let's run it. So we should have total of 11 clicks now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And here's the last one. So by role button and by name, or essentially text in the button, click me. Dot click 11. Perfect. We got 11 clicks on the page. Very nice. So last thing, what can we do to kind of finalize this exercise? Like, let's just assert that in the end, we have 11 clicks in the counter, right? So let's assert the counter. So we do await, expect, and here within the expect, we need to provide what we're looking at. So page dot locator. What is the locator for the counter? Let's open up our web page. Inspect it. So we can just use the ID. So counter, right? Locator in quotes hashtag counter, and our assertion to be to contain text, and the text here is 11, right? That's how we stop. That's going to be last step, asserting that we went through all those clicks and it went, the counter went up to 11. Let's run it without a debug. It's going to pause execution at the, let me pause it twice. So before the assertion and at the very end. Let's run it. Okay, so it is at 11. We're paused right here before assertion. If I'll go to the next step, it's gonna assert that it is 11. Assertion successful. Contains text. You see a little check mark here. This looks good. Okay, so what are other ways to look for locators? Okay, so the first way is to inspect, then and then you inspect, and so inspect, you have dev tools open, then you click on a select element, click on the element, then you read through the line and see, what is a good stable locator here to grab for your test, right? The second way how you can do it, when you're in debug mode or you're in pause and you have your Playwright inspector up, there is pick locator button right here. So you can click on that and then go through the elements and it will pick a locator for you. The only thing is with picking locator, you can see that here it suggests by name click me, for example, right? Get by role button name click me. That is fine. But here it suggests by text 11, right? But the problem is getting by text 11. I click next time, it's going to be 12. And if my whole locator is just based on the text value that is continuously changing, test is going to fail, right? So it's not always the best option. I mean, the best locators for you are the ones that you create that are based on IDs and stuff like that, that are stable. But this is a good tool if you just kind of want a quick locator pick and see. You have to still double check if it's going to be stable or not. So click me will be stable here. This get by text 11 will not be stable here at all, right? The one it suggests. Now the last one that you can use, and I use it a lot, is a plugin. So go to extensions, manage extensions in Chrome, and I'm gonna remove it and then search for it. It's called Ranorex. Okay, no extension. So let's go here. It has a little Chrome Web Store link. So click on that, and here search for Ranorex Velocity. Select that, add to Chrome, add extension, and once it's added, you see this little symbol right here at the top. Ranorex Velocity has been added. Now, when you're at the web page, there is a styles tab here in elements. Right, you go to elements, there's styles. If you expand it all the way, you will see Ranorex Velocity. You can move it to be the first one, the tab right here now. I can now left click and do selector actions, copy CSS. We're not going to talk about XPath. I'm going to briefly explain what it is, but Playwright is based around and suggests around getting your selectors with CSS, not XPath. All right, so I can do copy CSS, and you see it created a locator for me, button, hashtag click button. So it used tag and it used the ID. And then search for it, and it says found 1 out of 1. And it also gives you some other suggestions for it. So 2 different CSSs, 1 XPath, 1 relative XPath, and they all show 1. That means there's only 1 match. It's a unique locator, a unique selector. That's what you want for your pick. So let's right click on the number here, the counter, and do selector actions, copy CSS, and it selected div counter. So again, it used tag div, right? This right here, div, and then it used counter ID. That's pretty stable selector. Found 1, and it also gives you some other options. Okay. Now there is another way, and I'm going to talk about it really briefly, so you're just aware of it, and maybe if there's a need, you can use it. XPath locators. This was and still pretty popular way of using selectors by XPath. And then there is a warning. So we recommend prioritizing user visible locators like text or accessible role instead of using XPath. So you have to, I think, because it's discouraged, like if you don't need to use XPath, like if you can get a stable locator by CSS or built-in selectors, do it. If there's absolute need, you can do it by XPath. XPath, you can see it's like going through directories. So XPath stands for XML path language. It uses a non-XML syntax to provide a flexible way of addressing pointing to different parts of XML document. It can be used to test addresses nodes within document, determine whether they match pattern or not. There is more read on XPath on W3 Schools and on MTN. But essentially, you can look at your your document. This is your DOM. All this stuff, this document, and you can look at it as a tree, a catalog of directories, right? The places you can go. So by using XPath, you can reach those places, right? So if we go back to the Click Me button, I'm going to use RenderX, select XPath, and you see it starts at the very root of your page, and it starts with HTML. So at the very top, at this tag, then it does / it searches for a button. Then from HTML, it goes inside and then finds a button. And then in the button, you have @ID equals click button. So you can see it's different structure than CSS, and essentially it is like going through your file system and providing the path within the DOM, within the document object model, to the locator. Now, it is discouraged to use XPath with Playwright. You better rely on CSS, or even better, if not CSS, built-in Playwright locators. Okay, so here is our code. Hopefully, you typed it along the video. If not, take a moment, pause the video, type it out, run it. Let's do a run through, maybe last one, run through. So we can click through all of those elements. I'm going to remove all the pauses, remove this comment that it's not necessary. Okay, save it, and let's do npx playwright --headed --debug, and let's run it. Okay, here's our inspector window, here's our browser. So step over. So the first step, we go to the web page. Next step, we click once, click twice, by tag and class 3 times, by attribute value 4 times, by partial attribute. So this is with asterisk. We're searching by but 5, by text content. So just by click me 6, combining class and text. Number is going to be 7. Now by containing specific text 8, by attribute and text combination. So attribute data action increment with text click me 9, by playwright selectors by get by text click me 10, and then by role, so role button with the name click me text inside of it is 11. So we got 11 counters. We clicked click me button 11 times using 11 different methods, 11 different selectors, and the very last step is to assert that the counter has text 11. Step over, and we'll get a pass. Well, that's it. Congratulations. Now you know locators, and I'll see you in the next video. This was alexusadays, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, this is alexusadays. So today we're going to talk about assertions. We did talk about selectors in the previous video. We actually built a web page for it, right, and we practice different selectors. So today we're practicing the second part of it, is pretty much how do you check that whatever you select is actually having the value that you expect, right? So Playwright assertions are statements that validate the state of the application under test. They are used to compare the actual output of a part of the application with its expected output. If the actual output matches the expected output, the assertion passes. If not, it fails, indicating a potential issue with the application. So here are some common types of Playwright assertions. Visibility, asserting that an element is visible or hidden. Text content, checking that an element contains certain text. Attribute values, ensuring that an element has a specific attribute value. Count, verifying the number of elements that match a specific selector. State, such as ensuring a checkbox is checked or element is enabled or disabled. Navigation, confirming that the application has navigated to the correct URL after an action. So there are many more assertions. We're going to take a look at them right now in the documentation. You're not going to be able to remember everything immediately. I mean, the more you practice, the more you will understand what assertions to use. Over time, you will have your own repository that you can have a reference. But if you don't know something, it's absolutely fine to spend some time going into documentation, reading, and trying to figure things out. So don't be afraid to open documentation. It's a very important skill to develop, is actually going into documentation and figuring things out. All right, so let's get into that. So here we are at the Playwright dev. This is their web page for the Playwright, and you can just type assertions. Let's open them up, and we can see a good bunch of them. So Playwright includes test assertions in the form of expect function. To make an assertion, call expect function with value and choose the matcher that reflects expectation. So you can verify its success to be truthy. You can verify text. There are auto retrying assertions. So auto retrying assertions will retry until assertion passes, right? Or it will time out. So those are more stable assertions. If element is not showing up in time, it takes a little bit longer to show up. It will retry until it times out, or element will show up. So those are more stable. You can see there's a good list of assertions here. But there are also non-retrying assertions. So these assertions allow to test any conditions, but they do not auto-retry. So sometimes you need to, maybe there's a certain value that you already have in place, you know it's coming back, there's no timeout needed, and you can just assert it without non-retrying assertion. So obviously they're less stable if you're dealing with a synchronous application, and some replies don't come at the same time all the time, and there's maybe certain order of events that have to take place. But those are also valuable. So get familiar with the list of auto-retrying assertions, right, and what they do, and with the list of non-retrying assertions. Also, sometimes you don't want to fail a test. When you do an assertion, you want to have a check saying something failed, but you want the test to continue. And for that, you can just add soft assertions. You can see there's a keyword soft that you add to assertion. For example, we're verifying that there's a certain text, their text is success. Let's say the text is missing. The test will not fail because the assertions here is the soft assertion. Okay, so now let's go ahead and practice a little bit. We will go to the internetherokuapp.com. So this is the web page we're going to practice on. This page has been online forever. Since I remember, going into automation was always available. It's still available. So I think it's pretty stable. I think it's going to change anytime soon. It's not going to go away anywhere. So it's safe to practice it. And practice your automation skills on this page. All right, so what I will do, I will have my code editor here opened, and in the next tab nearby, right underneath, so I can switch between them, I'll have the web page. So I can switch like this quickly. So in the tests folder, let's create new file, and let's call it assertions.spec.js. Perfect. And what do we need to do first? Well, we need to import test and expect from Playwright. So I'm just going to go in some other files that we used before and import it. Perfect. And next we need to start our test. So because I'm going to try multiple assertions, instead of just going with the test keyword, I will go with the describe. So describe is essentially a block where you can have a bunch of things inside. So I will start with test.describe. And within describe, we will have our tests. So it's like a set of scenarios that you can have a description for. Let's do only, and let's name it learn assertions. Okay, so same syntaxes. We'll put parentheses here, put an arrow function, and now inside of here we will have our tests. So let's do our first test, and let's verify certain behaviors for the web browser, right? So we'll verify web page behavior. And we'll put async, open parentheses, and here within the brackets we put page, right? So page will interact with the web page. All right, let's start first with going to the actual internetheroicapp.com, right? So back to the Playwright, and we'll start with await page, go to, and address of the web page. All right, perfect. So what is the first thing we can confirm when we go to that page? We can confirm that page has a certain URL, right? So let's add a comment. So the first assertion to have URL. I'm going to say await. And then now we start with expect, right? And then here we say page. And what are we expecting? So after expect page, we will say dot to have, and it gives us options, right? To have URL. Okay. What URL we're expecting to see? Well, if we're navigating to the internetheroicapp.com, that means that's the URL we want to see right here. So that's going to be our first assertion. Let's add a pause here and test it. npx playwright test -- headed. Okay, so it navigated to the internetheroicapp.com. It paused right here and actually passes. So immediately this is passing. Okay, let's add one more test after the pause so we can see the actual assertion happening. So the second one, let's add to have a title, right? So our page should have a certain title. Let's inspect it, go to the page, right click inspect. So what is the title? You can see it here in the tab. You can also see title right here, the internet, in the head. So the title that we're expecting is the internet, the text right here. So I can say await expect page to have title, and the title that we're expecting is the internet. Save it, and I'm going to give it one more run. Okay, here we are. Let's start moving into next step. So step over, expect page to have title, next step, and it's asserted. All right, good, passed. Okay, let's add one more test. It was in our describe block that we're going to skip those two now, but I will show you can have multiple tests within one describe. So I will start another keyword test here. and in parentheses, I'll just name it continue with assertions. And here we also passing in page. All right, so I'm gonna skip this two altogether. I will just say test only going forward for what we're gonna provide here. And the third one that we're gonna look at is for element to be visible. Assert visibility. Okay, good. So what we're gonna assert, let's take a look with our inspect, actually right here. How about certain visibility that our H1 element, the text H1 heading text, welcome to the internet, is actually visible, that you can see it. This whole element is visible, this whole thing. So we can do that. We need to type out await, expect, page, and then dot to be visible. And we need to provide what should be visible, right? So within the page, we need to tell, okay, what is being visible. So here, where we'll actually need to use locator, because we're not sure what is visible right now, right? We talked about URL and we talked about the title. This is pertaining to the whole page. Now, for something to be visible, we need to point to the element here. So how do we point to the element? We say page.locator, and then the name of the locator, however we want to locate it. So here we're going to locate by H1. So by the tag of the element, right? H1. So we're saying this H1, this whole thing should be visible. Okay, so it is complaining. Let's see why. Await, unexpected, await. Okay, so one thing that we'll have to do still, we still have to navigate to the page. And we need to have our async test only continues async. So we forgot async keyword. Okay, that looks good. And at the end, I'm still going to add a pause so we can visually see it. So it's running only this test case, and it passed. Maybe we can add one pause before and one pause after. Okay, so this is the page, and we immediately start at line 20. So assert visibility. It is waiting right now, so we're going to put step over. Next step goes to assert locator. You can see now the locator H1 is highlighted and asserting that it is visible. And next step, it paused again on line 24, and now you can see there's a little check mark here that it passed, so H1 is actually visible, right? So it looks good. Okay, we assert visibility. Let's do some text assertion. So number 4, assert element to have text. Now here we looked at the element being visible, H1 being visible, but we will look into H2 And we will also assert that the text inside of it matches what we're looking at. So it should be available examples, this text right here. So we're going to say await, expect, it's auto important, something we don't want. So await, expect, page dot locator, and it's h2, so the second header. And now we're going to say to have text dot to have text. So let's take a look what to have text actually doing, right? So we can go to assertions, and here's our to have text. We can just say assertions, open it up, and find it here. So to have text, element matches text. Ensures the locator points to an element with the given text. All the nested elements will be considered when computing the text content of the element. You can use regular expressions for the value as well. So what it does, it will look for an exact match, right? So the text should be exact that you're going to provide here. And that's what we're going to do. Not a partial match, but it should have the text there, right? Not to contain, not the partial, but the whole thing. So what's the text that we're looking at? Is available example. So let's copy it and put it right here. Await page dot pause, and let's run it. So again, it starts from the test.only. That's the test case that it's going to start with, and it paused on line 22. Moving to the next step. Now it grabs, you can see it grabbed available examples. And now it's going to assert the text inside and finish the test. And it's done. Okay, perfect. So next one, let's do assertion that it actually contains certain text. So assert contains text. So it doesn't have to be the whole thing, just partially. We can say partially it has what we need. So await, expect, page dot locator, and what are we gonna look at? So the page. There's a bunch of text here on this link, WYSI editor right here. So let's just assert this part, WYSI so without the editor. So partially we're asserting that this text is present, not the whole thing, but partially we can say, okay, this is present. Now what's the locator for this? So there's just a link. What about we're going to grab the whole body, the whole thing, and just say within the body of this page, we want to make sure that this text is present. Right? So we can do that. We can say for the locator, we can actually just say body, right? And then to contain text, and that's the text we're looking for. And again, I'm going to add a pause before and after. So we can see the assertion went through successfully. And let's run it. Okay. So it looks at the whole body of the page now. Next step, body to contain this text. And you can see the whole thing is now highlighted. The locator body just looks at the whole thing, full page. And next step, and to contain this text, so it highlighted check mark, so it passed, so it found that this body actually does contain this text. And step over, that's it, test case is done. Okay, so let's add one more test. Also make it test.only, so we're gonna run here. Within the describe block now you can see this is like a scenario with set of test cases. So this is test 1, test 2, and now we're in test 3, right? So continue with assertions part 2. Okay, great. So let's not forget async this time. Sync page, and then an arrow function here. That's our body. Next, what we're going to do next, so let's do count, assertion of a count. So this page has multiple links available right here within the page. If I'll go into the console, I can actually go and see, say I want to see how many links are available here. So I can say A. A stands for href, so the tag A starts with for a link, right? And if I go to the console and I type out $$A, it's going to come back with a number of all the elements it found that starts with A, all the tags. So there's like 46, the lengths of it 46, starting with 0, last being 45. So 0 is the first number essentially. So now let's assert that actual amount of links here is 46. Like I have 46 links on this page. So how can I do that, right? That includes whatever links are available here or here or here, whatever A tags are present, right? Like for example, if I'll grab the very first one and I hover over it, you can't even see on the page, but it's somewhere there. So here's yeah, that's the actual GitHub link, this one. Here's the first one. And then we go through the links available here to click on different parts of the pages, navigate to different type of scenarios, right? So 46 total. How can I assert that? So first, we're still going to come back as a first step to the page, right? We have to navigate to the page to do the assertions. Number 6, let's assert count. And I'm going to say await, expect, page.locator. And because we're asserting all the links, I'm just going to say tag A. So pretty much A here. And all I need to do is just say to have count. And what's the count we're looking at? Well, 46, right? If we want to read a little bit more about to have count, we can go to Playwright, to our assertions, find to have count. Count. Okay, here it is. List has exact number of children. So yeah, what essentially we're doing, we're creating a list out of all the tag A's, so the tags that contain the link, and then we're counting through that list, making sure there's 46 items stored within this list. Right. Let's add a pause before it and after. So we can confirm that the check went through, and let's run it. Okay, page is opened up. Step over, and you can see it highlighted all of the locators, all of them, and then counted it. So right now it just highlighted. Next step is going to count. So you can see it passed. There's a check mark. It is 46, and it paused execution. And now we're going to step over and finish it. Okay, perfect. Passed. All right. So what else we can do? So let's see elements to be checked. Okay, and there is this link check boxes. So on the internetherohub.com, checkboxes right here. So this is where we need to navigate first, right? So we can copy our await page go to, but we're actually going to the checkboxes link. All right, perfect. So after we navigate, what we need to do, we need to interact with the elements here. So we can check it and uncheck it and then verify if they're checked or unchecked. So if you refresh the page, you will see it starts with the first being unchecked and the second being checked. What we actually can do, we can say await page.pause and record this and add the checking and checking ourselves. Let's run it. Page is open and navigated to the checkboxes. Now I can say recording, and here is so I'm going to interact on clicking on it on the first one and clicking on the second. Now I have two actions here interacting with the elements. So I'm just going to copy that. Let's close it. I'm going to add it here. So it used that first for the first checkbox, but it used NTH1 for the second one. So because count starts with 0, right? So that is the second element. So the first one will be 0, and that's actually this one. So instead of using first for the first checkbox and NTH1 for the second, let's use NTH for the both of them. So it's more consistent. So what we're doing, we're checking the first one and we're checking the second, right? Let me add pause before it and see how that runs. Okay, we are here. Next step, it's checked. Next step, it's unchecked. And that's it. Completed. Okay, so we added checking and then unchecking. So we check the first one, uncheck the second checkboxes. Now we can add assertions. So you can use the same locator, this guy right here. So I can say await, expect, and within the expect, I'm gonna grab the locator. So the first one should be checked, right? To be checked. We're verifying the first one is checked after our actions, and the second one is unchecked. So to be unchecked, we just say not to be checked. All right. So we go and check the first checkbox. We go and uncheck the second one. Then we verify that the first one is checked, and then we verify that the second one is unchecked. Let's remove the pauses, and let's run it. All right, it passed. Sometimes, if you have an issue with a page loading or elements loading, we can add explicitly wait for something to happen. For example, if I will try to run through this test and Playwright for some reason doesn't wait, right? What you can do, you can add something like this. You can actually insert a pause. So you can say await, not a pause, but a timeout, await page, and then say wait for timeout, and it's in milliseconds, so 1,000 milliseconds will be 1 second. So before it will start doing any interactions with the page, it will wait for 1 second. Another way to increase stability, if you're feeling that elements are not loading right in time for the verification and Playwright is not catching it for some reason, you can also say wait for a load, await page, wait for a load state, and the load state will be network idle. So that means there are no more interactions here happening in the network tab, everything is loaded, it will wait until the whole thing stops. It's not working for all of the pages. Some of the pages, the communication might be pretty extensive, but if it is working for you, you can also use network idle. And the last one is wait for. You can also say, let's do let checkbox. So we're gonna actually add a variable checkbox, and within that variable we're gonna store checkbox nth1, and then we can say await page, actually await checkbox, and then do wait for. So there are multiple ways how you can add more stability if built-in stability for the Playwright fails. So this will wait for a second until interacting with elements. This will wait for the page to finishing any network activity and network tab activity before interacting with elements. And this one was stored element into a variable, and then was said, we want to make sure that this variable actually shows up on the page explicitly before interacting with it. And let's run it one more time. I'm going to start with the pause so we can see it step by step happening. Okay, here we are. Here's inspector. Step over. Waits for a second right now. So it's done. Once 1 second passed, timeout passed. Then it looks for the load state, and it makes sure that there's no more activity. That is also passed. Waited for the element. Element is there. Also passed. And now, after all of those additional waitings and checks for the element to be present, it goes into checking it. So clicks on it, checks it, goes to the second one, unchecks it, verifies the first one checked, verifies the second is unchecked. All right, perfect. Okay, let's clear the console and let's go add one more check. All right, this is good. This is good. I'm just gonna have this all here. Let's minimize this, and let's minimize this. All right, let's add one more. So test. We can just copy this whole thing. I'm gonna minimize, call it part 3. You see it errored out. You can't have the same test names, right? Have to be unique. So that's why we're naming it 3, and I'm gonna delete all this. So we ended on elements to be checked. Let's do one more, and let's do have value, right? Have value. So this time, to have value, let's go back to herocrab.com. This time, actually, let's go to the login page, the one that we've seen before, right? And here, we're just going to provide, we will fill out first name and last name, and then we'll verify. Well, actually, let's fill out the username here, Tom Smith, and then let's verify that the value was actually filled in, right? So inspect this. So for the locator, we can use ID username. Let's do that. So we're going to the login page. And here we're going to say await page.fill. So what are we filling? We're filling username, right? Username ID. What are we filling it with? We're filling with text Tom Smith. Okay. And then we're going to say, well, this is actually not consistent. So I like to be consistent, not to confuse you here. And what I'm going to do, I will say page dot locator ID username like this. So we're more consistent across the board. So first we will find page locator and then we'll fill value. And then we're going to do await, expect, page locator username, right? This thing. And what we're expecting now, well, we're expecting to have value. And the value is what we entered, Tom Smith. Let's add test.only for this run, and let's do await page.pause. So we can see execution step by step. Let's do it. Run it. All right, step over. We're filling out Tom Smith. Oh, there's a typo in the ID, so it's gonna fail now. Let's cancel it. Username. Okay, I'll run it one more time. Okay. So step over. Found the field. Step over. Added value. And then step over and verified value is Tom Smith was in the field. Okay, perfect. Let's do verification if element is enabled or disabled. For example, we want to make sure that this submit button is actually enabled. It's clickable, right? So we can say number 9 element is enabled. Sometimes you want to verify that they're enabled. Sometimes you want to verify that they're disabled. So await page dot locator. What is the locator here? So it's a button type submit. We can use tag button and we can use type submit for it. Okay, so locator is button. So that's the tag. And then type of the button is submit. Okay, so we're grabbing this element. So what we want to do, we actually want to verify it. We want to have it within the expect, right? Await expect for this button and to be enabled. So the element is actually enabled. You can interact with it, right? I'm gonna add a pause right before and right after this check. Let's see it. Okay, found the button, verify that the button is enabled, and finish the test. If you want to check if element is disabled, we don't have a disabled element on this page, but you can do pretty much very same thing, very similar. Instead of to be enabled, you can just say to be disabled. Like element is grayed out and not clickable, that would be disabled, right? You can verify that as well. Okay, so let's do a little different example. Like we will store value at certain text within a variable and then verify it, right? So store text in variable and then verify content. So instead of directly doing expect, we can say we want to store the text coming from the variable, and then we want to verify that text. So for example, we were here on the first page verifying the text in H1 that it is visible. Now let's assert the actual text. So we can say await. We'll have to go to, let's have it as the last test. Number 10 is the last test. Okay, I'm gonna just copy it over, do test.only, so it runs only this, part 4. We go into the main page and we're looking at the element H1 text, right? Okay, so first we need to store the content. So const header text, and here we will do await page dot locator. What is the locator? H1. And then we will grab text content. So the content is stored now in the header text, and then we can just say expect this header text, and then to be something, to be, and whatever value we want, right? If we go to the assertions for the Playwright assertions, and you can see there's expect value to be. So this is going to be a non-retrying assertion. This is going to be different from this. So this will retry, this will not retry. Why is it important to understand the difference? Well, if you're retrying, that means you will be waiting for element to appear. There will be less flakiness. If you're not waiting, immediately as it loads, it tries, maybe element is not there, text is not there, it's going to fail. In our case, we will still going to have it because we have this await. This await will wait for the element and then grab the text. Now this expect doesn't have to wait anymore. So await header text to be, and then to be is a non-retrying assertion from here. Value is the same. So value is the same. What value we're asserting? We're asserting welcome to the internet. So the text inside H1 element is welcome to the internet. We grabbed it in the header text value, and we're asserting that it's equal to this text. Now let's run it, see what happens. And it passes. Okay, perfect. So now I can uncomment the last test only. I have a bunch of tests within this describe block. Now I can say test.only this describe. I have other tests here. I don't have any tags on them. But if I want to test just this describe block, I can do that. And let's rerun the whole thing. I don't think there's any pauses. No, there's some pauses. So let me actually, maybe let's start with a pause and we go through everything step by step, right? To kind of see the whole flow. No pauses here. No. Okay, I think we should be good. All right, let's start. So we're starting here at the pause. First assertion is to have URL. Let's step into it. Page to have URL, horcrab.com. Step into it, assert it, check mark is passed. Next one, we're asserting title, to have the title. The title is the internet right here. Step over into it, and it passed. And once it passed, it actually ran through the rest because this pause was pertaining only to this test block. This one passed, the rest ran without any pauses. Okay, so in this page pause, again, to this block here. That's fine. All right, so let's do debug. When I do debug, it's just going to go through the whole thing step by step without the pause, right? Step over, we're in the internet herokuapp.com. We assert it has the URL. We assert the title is the internet. Okay, then we're moving to the next test block here. So now we're in the second one. Continuous assertion. Going back to the page. We're asserting H1 is visible. We're asserting that H2 has text available examples. We're asserting that the body contains this text right here. Yep, perfect. And then we're in the next test block. Go into the page, assert that there are 46 links. Yep. Then we go to the checkboxes. Waiting for a second, waiting for network to be stable, clicking on the first checkbox, unclicking the second checkbox, asserting that it is clicked, the box number 1 is clicked, asserting that the box number 2 is unclicked or unchecked. Perfect. Okay, going into the next text block, so part 3, continuous assertions. Step over. We're at the login page. We're filling out username was Tom Smith, and then we're asserting that this field actually has Tom Smith. Then we're going to the submit button and making sure that the submit button is enabled. Perfect. And now we are in the last one, part number 4. And we will store the H1 text in a variable, and then we will use non-waiting expect assertion without the await keyword. You see? internetheroku.com, herokuapp.com, grab the title, grab the H1 text, and then assert it, and the whole thing passes. Okay, perfect. So hopefully this was a good introduction on assertions, and now you can do some assertions and practice on your own. So in my opinion, the best way to learn is by doing stuff. So how you want to approach this video, if you just watched it now, rewatch it, pause, type things out, and make sure that you're also being able to assert elements. Okay, so this was alexusadays. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hey everyone, this is alexusadays. So today let's talk about running tests in Playwright, different ways to do that, and let's talk about Playwright Config and how it impacts your tests, different options you have there. So it is module 7. I think we're getting closer to the page object model and kind of bring everything together, but this will be like the last step until we will get some end-to-end stuff in place, and we'll get it into a page object model with this Playwright series. All right, so running tests and configuration. So running tests in Playwright can be done in various ways depending on your needs. We can look at some of the popular examples on how we can run Playwright tests. So we can run them in CLI or command line interface, how we were doing in previous video, right? And there are different commands you can use. For example, you can run all tests using npx playwright test, or you can run a specific test file if you put the direction to the test file in your command. For example, npx playwright test /example spec.js. We can run specific browser in the tests based on your projects. So if you have a project with Chromium browser, you can specify that in your command. npx playwright test --project equals Chromium. You can run tests with a specific tag, and I'll show you how we add a tag to a test. So for example, npx playwright test --grab add smoke, and it will run all of the tests that have a smoke tag. You can also run tests with a specific name in the test description. For example, tests with a specific name. For example, npx playwright tests test/example.spec.js, grep, and then provide a test name in quotes. We can also run tests using Visual Studio Code app. The name of the app is Playwright Test for VS Code. It's an official app from Microsoft, and I'll show you how we do that. Or we can run tests using built-in UI runner using npx playwright test UI command. We can also add a specific scripts in package JSON that will execute our playwright tests in a specific configuration. So here we added test smoke, npx playwright test --grep add smoke. Now, once we're done with the CLI, we'll take a look in the config, and there are different ways that you can configure your playwright within the configuration file itself. There's some of the options that you can set. For example, you can set playwright by default to run in a headless mode or not. So set headless true or false. If you want to see a browser window, if you don't want to see it, right? You can set your test to start with a specific URL. You can set a base URL. Once your test starts execution, that's the link where the test is going to go by default. You can run tests in parallel, so you can run multiple tests at the same time by setting fully parallel option to true. You can also have settings that are on the global level and per project level settings. I also added a public repository with the config that I will be showing, so you can get it at alexusadays playwright -4 QA-automation in the GitHub. So let's take a look into actual code and practice all this stuff. Let's go ahead and run some of the commands to trigger different ways on running tests. So we finished with assertions, and we had this only tag for the assertion. So let's remove that, and let's go to login. So I'm gonna try it with the login. I'm gonna add that only for login. You might see that I updated the config. We're gonna get to the config later in the video, but this config will also be updated in the GitHub. The whole thing, this whole code is going to be available in GitHub, so you can get it from there if you don't want to retype it here. This is a lot of lines when we're going to go through it. All right, so now let's get back to the login spec. So here's our test. This is going to run. So how can we actually tell Playwright what to execute, right? So we can use the terminal. This is a CLI, command line interface, and one of the most basic commands that we all used already. So npx playwright test. So this will execute everything you have. And because I have that only right here, it will only execute this particular test. So let's run it. Otherwise, it would execute everything in the tests folder if I didn't have this tag right here. So the tests folder is defined in your config. In the config right here, you have test dir.tests. So this determines where your tests are and where it's going to go to look for the tests, right? So it goes in the test folders, finds that there's .only, and it executes .only. Okay, so what if we want to execute a specific file? So we can do that. So we say test and then tests. So we have to provide the path to the file that we're trying to execute. So instead of login, we're going to do assertions.spec.js and run it. No tests found. All right, let's clear it, see what happened. So tests assertion. So there's a typo. Assertions. So the test file name is actually assertions.spec.js, not assertions. Okay, let's run one more time. And now you see it is actually ignoring .only. It goes directly to the path where the tests are, and it executes that file that you provided in the CLI. and it went and ran through all the tests that present right here. Now, if I had a .only tag right here, for example, let's clear it out, run it. Now it would go into the file, it will find that there's .only and it executes only that particular test. Okay? All right, let's clear the console. I'm going to remove this .only. So the next thing that we can do, we can specify a project that we want to run. And normally different projects means that they are configured for different browsers. So here in the Playwright config file, I have one project that is commented out, Firefox, right? So I press Control / uncommented. So now this project is available. If I will just go ahead and run everything, which will execute my only test, now you will see two browsers are running. So Chromium and Firefox. So both of the projects are enabled and it is running into browsers. But let's say I want to execute only specific projects. So project can have a configuration like screen resolution, is it headless or not, and so on. So I can say playwright test -- project equals, and then I need to provide project name. So I'm going to say Firefox. Let's run it. And now you can see, even though I have two projects enabled, it's running tests only here in Firefox. All right, let me comment it out, save it. Let's clear the terminal. Okay, next one is tags. One of the most common way to run tests is to run using tags. And you can add tags here in the test description. So like I can say this is a smoke, one tag, and I can say this is a regression, for example. Let me remove .only. Let's give another tag, smoke tag, to a test here. So test name at smoke. And you can also give tags to the describe. So I can say at, let's say assertions group. Okay, so we have smoke, regressions, and assertions group. So to run the tag, you can say npx. So npx playwright test, and here you can do grep, and then you need to provide tag name. So for example, at smoke. If I run it, I get an error. Okay, so this will work on Mac, but it's gonna error out on Windows. So you want to put your tag in the CLI if you're in Windows in quotes. On MacBook, at smoke should work. So, but this you want to put it in quotes. Now let's run it again. And it finds the tests with a smoke tag and runs them. Why would you need a tag, right? Sometimes you have tests that are specific to specific scenarios. Some tests are designed for regression, some tests designed for priority 1 testing, priority 2, some tests designed to run as a smoke test. So you can use tags to tag your tests and then run specific tests for the required testing, right? So if I need to run assertion group from the describe, I can say today we are running the assertion group. So the whole set of tests there will run. Whatever here in the describe that has this tag will run, all of them. Now, if I need to run only regression tests, I can say grep add regression. And it will run only one test, right? So using tags for in test description is a very common way to execute specific tests that you want to run. All right, let's clear it out. Also, you can use a test name. So it's going to be very similar as doing it with a tag, but instead of the tag, you just provide the whole test name. So instead of, let's say, regression here, we can grab a test name. Let's go to example and let's grab has title and run by specific test name. I'm gonna find it and run it. Okay. Okay, so the next way to run your tests is by using VS Code extension. So you go to the extensions and you search for Playwright Test, and you find Playwright Test for VS Code. Now you can see this is developed by Microsoft. If I'll uninstall it really quick and restart it, you see this Flask is gone. Then we do the installation and the Flask appears back here again. So if I click on it, it shows me all the tests that I have. So essentially it goes into the config file, right? Finds the test in directory. In that test in directory, grabs all the tests. For example, in login, if you click to go to test, there is only one test and one test is displayed here. I can click on run test and it will run it. Now in assertions, there is a describe block, right? I can go to the describe block and then you can see within the describe block, I have multiple tests that I can run, right? And again, I can run test and I'll have the execution log here. Test is running, reporting test results. Perfect. You have different configurations here. So if we go back to the extension and we read through it, we can see different options that there are. So obviously you have to install Playwright, but here you can see there's some project configuration. So right now we have one project that's only available in config and it's Chromium. So you can select different browsers. If I'll go into Playwright Config and I enable Firefox, right, save it, go to my extension. Now you see Firefox is available, so I can uncheck Chrome, check Firefox, and let's also show browser. Let's run login with Firefox. So this time it will run in Firefox and it will actually have a test showing and running right here, right? So then going down the documentation, so you can see you can run tests with a single click, right? The very top. You can run multiple tests. You can run in watch mode. So this little eye, if you click on this little eye, whenever you update the test and save it, it will rerun it. So continuously run it. You can show browsers. We just did that. You can show trace viewer. So by the end of the testing, when the testing is completed, it will show you the trace. So everything, all the steps, all the execution that took place, you can see in the trace viewer, right? Every step of the way, what it was doing, where it was clicking. You can have pick locators. So the same thing that you do with the pause, where you have an option to click on the elements and pick a locator. You can do that here as well. You can have debug execution. So, I mean, it is a very convenient tool if you use in VS Code. If you want to have a full run and like a good visual reporting, it was in the run here. I think Playwright Test for VS Code is a pretty good extension. All right. So the next way to run our tests, we go back to the terminal. Let me just close the extensions here. We go back to the terminal and we can use built-in UI runner. So I can say npx playwright test and --UI. And now you have a very similar interface that you had with the extension without installing the extension. So if you're not using VS Code but you want to have a nice visuals to your testing, you can use the Playwright Test UI, right? And this is very handy. So same thing, we're in the test folder that's defined in our config. We see all the tests available. So we see files on the high level, right? Within the files, here we have describe block and then test blocks. And I can go ahead and run a particular test. I can also have a continuous mode with the updates. I can go and click it on Open VS Code to get me to that place. And then I have all the steps, so all the before. Okay, I click multiple times and it's just freaking out now. All right, so it brought me to the code here. Let's go back. So it has the before hooks, all the steps and after hooks. So after and before hooks are your like default hooks that you'll have in place. So browser, context, and page, and after opening and closing them. I'm going to talk a little bit about that later on, but there's some just essentials that are done on the background. But here we go to the page. We pick the locator. We expect it to be something. There's metadata for all this run, like resolution, browser, platform, stuff like that. You can also see the action, before action and after action. So within the text, right? Locator text content, there's action itself, and then there's before the action and after. So what's happening? We're selecting this H1 locator, right? And then we're verifying that there's certain text within that, right? Prints out the communication and network. I mean, it is a very handy tool for running your tests, right, and debugging your tests. All right, you can have different color scheme. All right, okay, so give it a try. And the last thing that I wanted to show in terms of running tests, many times you will have your tests not coming from the npx Playwright, but you will have those scripts built into your package JSON. So there is this scripts in package JSON, and here you can write sort of like abbreviation for your script. So, and then what it does. For example, I can say test and then say smoke, right? That's abbreviation for a runner. And then for it, you can provide what it should be doing. So I'll say npx playwright test, and let's do -- grab at, I have to do single quotes because I have double quotes opening up the whole line. So smoke, single quotes, double quotes. So if I'll run this command, it will go and execute this script. Why do you need this? Well, you can have multiple different configurations or actually different scripts running after one another. So you can sort of like chain them and build them to run with one command, right? So if I'll go and now do npm run, and then I say what script I want to run, I want to run test smoke, it will go ahead and execute this, right? And I can have a very long script, or I can even have multiple scripts, and then I can run them together by having this script that unites them together, right? So let's say test all. I'll say test regression, right? Regression. So the name of script that I'm coming up is absolutely whatever you want to be. But here you have to have an exactly correct thing that you want to run. So grab, let's do grab and do regression tag, right? Okay, so now I have two scripts, right? Two scripts behind those, I want to call them annotations, but you can call them whatever, the names, the abbreviations, or like the names for the scripts. And I can write a third one. I'll call it test all. And what will test all do? Well, it can do npm run test smoke, right? And npm run test regression. Okay, here we are. So let's run this script first, right? So we're going to run test smoke, npm run test smoke. Run it. It went and didn't find any smoke. There's no smoke tag. No test found. Why didn't find any smoke? Let's see what went wrong. Grab smoke. Do I have a typo somewhere? Hold on. Package JSON. So maybe it is complaining about the actual single quote. Yep. All right, let's try it one more time. So I'm running just the smoke by itself. Was grab. Okay, it found it. Clear it out. I want to remove Firefox from here. And now let's do package JSON. So npm run test smoke. So it grabs this script, goes inside, runs it. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So it looks like it actually did not like a single quote for the tag here. So you can do a backslash, double quote, backslash, double quote if you need to use double quotes inside double quotes, kind of thing, right? So they become available. Okay, so now let's run. Yeah, let me clear out the console. So now let's run test all. So test all will go and run this and then run this. So you kind of chain your tests. Like if you have multiple configuration, multiple tests that you need to run, you can do a script that will run them all one by one, right? So I'll do npm run test all. And you see that executing smoke tests, and then goes and executes regression tests, right? It's pretty cool. Okay, this is great. And the last thing that we want to take a look at is our config. So why we want to look at the config as we're doing the test runs here? Well, because your config is connected to your testing. Like whatever you have in config, that you will have your test running with, right? So there are multiple lines here, and there are different parameters that you can configure. Some of you will see const and then require. Some of you will see import. So it's just a different way, pretty much, of doing the same thing. This is an older construction with require. With ES6, with newer version with JavaScript, you can use imports. So if you have a config that has const and you want to use import, or vice versa, you can just go into, let's say, ChatGPT. You can say do import instead of require, and just copy paste the config here. And what you will see it will do it will update your code from like an older JavaScript to a newer one. And now instead of require, it uses import. But essentially, it's the same file. Don't get confused by it, right? Import is just a newer way. And there's some description coming with it. ChatGPT in general is very good, like on doing things like that. You know, updating older JavaScript to newer and vice versa, answering like small questions, finding things out. Not always great on certain code that it needs to write itself, especially with framework that it's not very familiar with. It might start making up functions and things that don't exist. So just be careful with it, but I think it's a very good tool, you know, to have a conversation with, to help you out kind of with creating JSON file or making a text file, a string out of JSON, stuff like that. It's like maybe tedious tasks that you need to type out. You know, ChatGPT is very helpful with that. Okay, anyway, let's get back to the config. So here I have a link for the whole documentation for Playwright, where you can find details on how to set config and different options. But here there is config that is opening here, closing here. So everything was in this config object. This is all the settings that you have, right? All the options. So we have our test and directory. Here is a default time for how long a single test can run. It is in milliseconds, so 50 multiplied by 1000 is essentially just 50 seconds, right? You can see this format for convenience, or you can see just a total amount of milliseconds like that. Then there is an expect, right? And within expect, you have a timeout. And timeout is how long it's going to wait for an element to show up on the page, right? So 10 seconds, in this particular case, 50 seconds. So it gives a page an opportunity to load something, and it will wait for element to show up for 50 seconds. Obviously, you know, if the test execution is too long, if it's longer than 50 seconds, so this is going to abort the whole thing, right? So you want to be just kind of mindful what is here in the options. Fully parallel, so when you have multiple browsers, if you want to have execution in multiple instances running in parallel to speed up your tests, you just say fully parallel true. If you want to run one by one, you could say false. So we have it full true. There's a option for bit only, and then processing VCI. So what this line does, if I am running my tests in a tool, continuous integration tool, like let's say GitHub Actions or Bitbucket or GitLab or Azure, there are different CI/CD tools. So if it is running in one of those runners, remote runners, and this option is here, it will ignore only. So it will ignore test.only flag, right? And it will still execute everything if you're running it in CI/CD. So this is just if you forget only, or you have only on your local machine, you push it to your CI/CD, it's still going to execute everything. Okay, so retries process. So there are, again, two values here. The first one for your local environment, the first one for your remote environment, the second one is for your local. So if something fails on the remote environment, it will attempt to pass it twice. If a test case fails, it will try to pass it twice. If it fails on local, it will immediately give you an error. So the first one for the remote, the second for the local. For example, here we typed 11 and then verifying that the value is 11. Let's verify that it is like 12. Let's run this test. Let's just do the regular npx playwright test, and what it will do, it will run the test only, right? Let's run it. And I should fail this because I typed in 11, but I'm checking for 12. Let's see it running. Let's see it fails. It's actually waiting 50 seconds now to find this value. So again, that's coming from the config. So let's, instead of 50, let's do 10 seconds and 10 seconds, or even like 5 seconds for an element to appear. Let's cancel it out, clear, run it one more time. So this time is going to be a little bit faster, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all right, 10. So, and the assertion comes back. Unexpected value is 11, but we're looking for 12. You see that the test run just once, right? So let's say I want to rerun tests. Sometimes they're flaky tests, like they sometimes pass, they sometimes fail, just because something is not stable on the browser, right? So instead of 0, I can say 1. So it will do another attempt, it will fail, and then it will rerun it. Again, let's run it. Okay, you see it failed. That's the very first try. And then it goes and tries one more time. So this is for our local. Now CI will do 2 by default. And you want to have that, right? Let's put it back to 0. So because sometimes there may be even more instability if you run it remotely in the pipeline, and you want to absolutely make sure that, you know, like flakiness, or if there's flakiness, you don't fail test because of it. If it still passes, like you're safe. Workers. So workers is essentially amount of parallel runs that you can have. If I will remove the dot only, everything's gonna run, right? I will run everything, and let's enable like Firefox and WebKit. So I enabled everything. 3 browsers, all of the tests. In the remote, I will have only 1 worker, but I have undefined for local environment. What does it mean? Well, it will grab as many as it, you know, allowed to grab. So let me run it. And now I will see that execution is happening using 8 workers. So I have 8 instances running. 8 browsers are opened right now, running the tests, and they're Chromium and Firefox and WebKit. So I have 8 differences, 8 different browsers running in parallel to one another, running through those tests, right? So I mean, if you have a really big test suite, maybe you'll have like 1,000 cases at work. Running them in parallel, if they don't conflict with one another, will be a huge time saver. If you don't want to have undefined, you can say just let me have 3, right? Let me cancel the run here. Yeah, terminate. So Control C to terminate. Run one more time. So instead of 8 workers, I'm just going to use 3 workers. All right. So let me cancel it again. Takes a little bit of time. I think we might actually hang it now. I don't want to debugger. Okay, let's try one more time. npx playwright test. So I just deleted one terminal completely. And let's go. All right, so 3 workers. So undefined will take how many can. So in my case, 8, 3. If I provide 3, it will run 3. And same for your CI/CD, right? Then we have reporters. So here we're using multiple HTML list and JSON, and there's a place where it saves test results. It's defined right here. Now, if you want one reporter, you can have one. So if you have one, you don't have to have it in square brackets like that. You can just say HTML, and you're good to go. This will work. So if I'll run with just one reporter, and let me add dot only here. So running one test, At the end, we will see HTML reporter. Okay, it is doing 3 tests because I have 3 browsers. That is fine. 1 test is being run in 3 browsers, and it fails because I need to update the value. Clear it out. Let's run one time. It also saves the videos on the run, you can see. All right, it's running. Okay, now it completed. No test results because it saves only on fail. You can see it cleared the test results folder. I can have my npx playwright report. Let's take a look. Open localhost. So here is the rerun. So the tests in 3 different browsers. The tags are showing here, right? So with that being said, I can return multiple reporters back. Let's say I don't want HTML. I can exclude it. But if I'm providing more than one, now you have to have a square brackets for the whole reporters the block, and then each reporter has to be in a square bracket separated by a comma. And you can add options here, right? So let me cancel it out. Run one more time, now without HTML reporter. And since I don't have an HTML reporter, you will not gonna see this. To open last HTML report, run npx playwright show reporter because it's gone. The use block, this is global config. Applies to everything by default. If no local configuration provided within the project itself, right here. Right, so from the reporters we moving into the use. So use is a shared setting for all projects, right? There's I have a link to document here. So base URL, the URL you start by default is here. Trace, so if there's a retry, it does the first retry and the test fail, it will save the trace. Headless mode, so do not show the browser. It will save a screenshot on fail only. It will save a video on fail only. And then we go into project settings. So this is per browser. Kind of same use here, but this overrides this. If I have a project-based settings, they will be more important. Like if I say headless here false, that means I will run in headed mode. So if let me clear it out. I am going to use 2 browsers, so Firefox and Chromium. And let's run it. And you will see. So Chromium will not show up. The browser, Chromium browser opened right here. And there's a pause somewhere in my test. It actually paused on the pause in the test. Right? It doesn't pause on the pause in the test if you're running in headless mode without a browser popping up. But if you have a browser popping up, it will pause, right? Have an inspector running. Okay, so this is taking settings from Chromium because it was running Chrome, headless was to false, and I have browser showing up. Now in Firefox, there was no specific settings for it. It went to the global use, right, to the shared, and it says headless true, so it never showed up Firefox. And I can like say swap them, right? So this is true, this is false. Now if I run it one more time, now I will actually see Firefox showing up, right? Because Firefox is going to grab settings from here, and Chrome going to grab settings from here. Okay, and here we are. What browser is up? Well, the Internet Nightly, but let's go to help about Nightly. So Nightly is a Firefox version, right? Okay, so hopefully this is clear. Like on the settings, what are you going to be using most of the time? So for me, I do change from headless to headless true to headless false a lot if I'm debugging. If something fails, I just say headless false, and I add the pause in the test so I can debug and see what happens step by step. I use that a lot, right? You might have base URL, so your default URL might be different where you want your test start execution at before you go somewhere. For example, here, base URL is example.com, and I have page go to and specific address, right? If I will comment this out, and I'll say on the new line, I'll say page go to, and just leave like a forward slash. So it will go, let me add a pause right here immediately on the execution where it starts, right? From the end, it will go to your base URL. So now I'm in config, headless false, so we want to see execution happening, right? False, and let's run it. Here is our browser, and it's paused right now. So the next step, it will go to the forward slash, which will take the value from the base URL from the config. So move to the next step. All right, go to forward slash, and opens up example.com. And then everything else is going to fail. If I'll start moving to the next steps, it's not going to find anything to click or anywhere to go because it doesn't exist on that page. All right, let's go back to the login. Control Z. Let's bring everything back the way it was. Okay, maybe even remove some pauses here. All right, so that is essentially it. Running tests, like the basis of it, the config, the basis of it. There is some additional stuff on the config that you might want to have in it, but it's more in depth. You can have a global script in the config that you point to. This is more advanced topic, but if you need to set up credentials, like save a token or set cookies or local storage and grab stuff from local storage, like authentication, so you don't have to log in multiple times, you can have it in a global script. So there's a script allowed that runs, there's one function that should return something back, right? It will run before any other test starts, before any execution starts. Like it can be like additional configuration, environment setting up, and so on. And here, the last thing is like your web server. If you need to run a local server before you run your tests, we don't need that per se in our case, but in some instances, you might have a local server that will run the specific commands and will be on some local address that you want to start before going into your testing. Okay, so this is it. Hopefully this was clear. Again, if not, just pause, take notes, use documentation, read through documentation. This is a little bit more advanced. We're looking at some configuration values that might be new, commands that might be new, like scripts and stuff. Use ChatGPT. It's a very good helper, right, in your progress and questions that you might have. It might give you, it generally does if you give some code and ask ChatGPT, hey, what is this code doing? It will give you generally good description. And now I have this link and the GitHub that is public that will have all the code here that we're working on. So you can go here and just copy Playwright Config from here. And you don't have to type it out, right? So the link is available with the video. Now I'm gonna add a little git. So git add. We didn't talk about git, but it is a way to manage code when multiple people work on the project. You can save your code and kind of push it in the repository somewhere on the server where everyone have access to. So I have a course specific to Git on Udemy. But essentially I did some changes in the code, so I'm going to do git add with a dot, so it will record all those changes. Right, then git commit. So I'm saying, okay, I am ready to commit all those changes. So updated, dated, updated config, updated tests with tags. So I'm just saying a message what exactly happened, right, with the changes. And I have the git already set up. We're not going to do it in here. It's a little bit more advanced stuff. But if I'll do git push, so everything I just did on my local machine, it will go to the git, all the changes, everything, and now it's also available here. So if I'll go into the repository, you can see there was a little update coming in. It was just done right now. And the files and places that were updated, all indicated here. Okay. All right, this was alexusadays. Thanks for watching, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, this is alexusadays, and we continue our journey with Playwright QA automation. So today we're going to talk about setting page and using hooks. We are in module 8, and we're getting closer to the page object model and to the end of the actual Playwright course. So setting page and using hooks. In Playwright, the built-in page that we were using for tests is a fixture. Fixtures automatically set up and tear down resources needed for tests. So built-in page provides a fresh page tab in a specific browser within a browser context for each test. It ensures that each test runs in isolation. However, sometimes you may need to set up the browser in context yourself to customize the configuration or manage multiple contexts. You can do this manually and organize the process using hooks such as before all, after all, before each, and after each. Before all hook is used to execute code before any test in the test suite run. After all hook is used to execute code after all tests in the test suite have finished. Before each hook is used to execute code before each individual test run. And after each hook is used to execute code after each individual test has finished. Hooks can be used for many things, like initializing and clean up test data before and after tests, or perform login operations and store session tokens or cookies. In this lesson, we will look into using hooks specifically for manual page setup and tear down. So let's get into the code. Okay, so here we are in the code. Before we start, I want to note that I updated config a little bit. It will be different from the previous video. So I turned off the parallel, fully parallel, instead of true is now false, because I don't want to run tests in parallel. We will run tests one by one, so you can see the execution process. I also put only one worker to run the test, so not multiple workers, just one worker running one page at a time. And headless instead of true I set to false, so we can actually see the execution happening. And for the projects, I commented out Firefox. We'll be running tests only in Chrome for this particular example. Okay, so let's go to the tests folder and let's create a file. Here, new file. Let's call it hooks and page.spec.js. Okay, so here we will create a couple tests, but now we will not be using built-in page. We will be actually setting up our own page. And for testing, we're going to go to the Heroku app.internet. So the page that we will be using is this one, the internet herokuapp.com. So we've already worked on this page. So here for this page, we'll create our tests. So the very first thing that we need to do is import, and let's import test and expect. So we're going to do some assertions. So we're importing expect and test from, and we're importing it from Playwright test module. All right, now there will be one new line, and during import, and now we need to import a browser because we're now no longer going to be using config. We will be using setup browser ourselves, so we need to actually import the browser. So we're going to import Chromium, and the Chromium is not going to be imported from Playwright test, but from another module called Playwright. Okay, so once we imported the test in Chromium, now we need to set up variables where we're going to store our browser instance, our browser context, and our browser page. So it goes like this. First, you open a browser, right? Now, for that browser, you have to have specific context, so settings, right, for that browser, essentially. And then each context can have a page or a tab, like multiple tabs, right? So page. So the setup, for the setup, we will need 3 variables. So we'll need let browser. You don't want to give const because you can't have const without value assigned. You want to have let, and within the browser, we will be storing browser instance on each test execution. So this have to be able to store different assign different values, right? So same thing for the context. Let context. So they right now they're just empty. They exist, but there's no any values in there. Okay, so the first thing that we can do is just launch the browser, and the browser going to be launched before execution of everything. So before the whole set of tests, before the test suite. So for that we can use test dot before all. So before anything runs, we want to make sure we have a browser running, right? So we're gonna say async. So still asynchronous, nothing changes here. Arrow function, and within here we want to launch browser, right? And we're gonna launch Chromium. Launch Chrome browser before all tests, right? So here now we're going to be assigning the value to this variable. You see now it's highlighted, right? So browser is equal await Chromium dot launch like this. Okay, so that's it. And we can maybe have a console here output console log before all hook launched Chromium browser, something like that. So we can see this actually happening here. Okay, so what else? So next hook that we can use is called before each. So test before each. Now before each will do some action before every test run, right? So we can say async, again, arrow function here, and what do we need to do? Well, we have a browser, and that's just a browser, but there are no settings. Right now we need to create context for the browser. So first thing, we need to create context, and then context can be different for each test, right? That's why we're running it before each test. So create context for a browser, essentially like settings, right? So context equals, and we need to say await browser dot new context. Now this browser that we set in new context is here. So first we launched Chrome, stored it in variable browser, and now we're using this browser variable to set up context or settings for it, right? And now after that we need to create new page, or essentially open a browser tab with all the settings that we provided in the context, and that will be page equal, and then again we're doing await. Now we're using context that we assigned here, right? So this guy right here. So await context dot new page. So this page right here is our manually created page that we will be using for testing. Before, if we take a look at the login, we were using this page, right? This page was coming directly from Playwright test, and this page is a fixture. So all of the setup, the browser setup, everything was happening behind the scenes. Now we're doing it manually. Okay. What else can we add in before each test, before each run? So we usually go and navigate to this page, right? And we place the navigation within test itself, like here. But if I'll have multiple tests, I can skip a line and I can say, well, before each test, actually go to this particular page, right? So I don't have to rewrite it every time. So let's grab, I'm going to just copy and paste this from login, going back into the hooks and page. And here, let's add navigate to test URL, right? And then just paste the value here. Not going to be going into login. I'm just going to be going to the home page over here, essentially, right? And I want to add a pause before the execution happens, so you can see what are we doing, right? So pause execution. So we have a pop-up test runner that we can step through. So wait page dot pause. Okay, so this is setting things up. Now, how can we tear things down, right? And you have to tear things down, otherwise you will have multiple browsers running, multiple windows open. You have to manage this now manually, because the fixture page that we used before was doing it for you. Also, let's have a console log output here somewhere, just to know that we are running before each hook right here, so we can visually see before each hook launched new page, right? Okay, perfect. So we need to manage closing browsers and pages. So page we probably want to close, and a tab needs to be closed after each test run. So we can say test after each, and same thing. Let's do async arrow function here, right? And just to close the page, it's pretty simple. So close, first you want to close page, and then you want to close settings context for it. So close page and context. You want to do await page dot close, just like that. The next one is await context dot close. So after the execution of a test is completed, it will go ahead and close the tab, the browser tab, right? Not the browser itself. Now, once we're done with all of the tests that we're running, now we can close the browser that we opened here, right? Also, let's add another console message. So here we're going to say after each closed, after each hook closed page, right? Okay, next one is after all. So here we're going to be closing the actual browser. So async arrow function, and after all, same thing, just close browser. I'm going to add a comment, close browser, await browser dot close, right? So we're telling this browser right here, we're using this variable was the browser, and we're saying, hey, close it, we're done here. Okay, so this is our setup. That's perfect. So let's do some tests here. So first, let's take a look. So here is A/B testing. So I want to click on A/B testing over here, and then I want to verify that there is this text within the header. Let's inspect it. Right here. Click on it. So this is H3, right? H3 tag. So H3 has to have A/B test control within it. Okay. So because we already navigated to the page, we don't really need to add this step. We can just directly start with clicking on this link, A/B testing, to get inside the A/B test page. Okay. So here we're going to start test. Let's name this A/B test. This is the name for the test run. So async. Now we don't have to pass along the page over here because we will be using page that's stored right here. Before, you can see we had to pass the page, the fixture, inside, and we were using it within. Now we don't have to pass it inside because we use the page that we stored here at the top in the variable, right? So A/B test sync, and then first thing we need to click await page dot click, and we want to click on text. We're gonna use it. We're gonna go by text. Text A /B testing, and you want to close double quotes around it. So A/B testing, A/B testing, right? So first we click on it, and then we want to store our H3 tag. So const header equals await page dot text content H3. So the value, we click here, and then the value of the H3 tag is stored, the text value is stored within the header variable. Okay, and here we will do assertion. So expect header to be, and we need just to copy the text that we verified. So A/B test control. Okay, this is good. Let's do test.only here. So it runs only this test, and do npx playwright test, and let's run it. So because I have a pause, and you see, because I have a pause, the execution stops right here. So it already went to the page. I open up Playwright Inspector, and it's already past the step. We're already on the page. So the next step, it goes inside the test. So before all and before each was executed, right? Now I am on the page, and it's clicking on the link. Next step, we're inside of it. It stores the text in the header. And next step, assertion happens. And next step, it goes into after each, so it closes the page. I'm going to press it, and it's going to close the page. It closes the context, and that's it. So there is another dot only to tests. So we want to go to login spec. Okay, I want to remove this dot only. Let me clear this out. Let's run it one more time. So I think the test actually failed. There was a different text. Okay, before all hook launched Chromium browser. Before each launched new page. Okay, next step, click on it, grab the text, close, and close page, close context. That's it. Okay, so it's actually passed. Run test runs. Here's our output from each hook. Good. Now, let's also add a console output for after all, so we can visually see that browser was closed, right? So after all hook, close browser. So we'll get the message of actually browser being closed in the console. So this is our test. Our first test was success. Let's create one more. So the next one, let's add. So we go back to the main page. We go to checkboxes. And we verify that the first checkbox is not checked. So checkbox 1 is not checked, right? The second one checked by default. The first one is not checked by default. So we're going to do that. So test, checkbox verification, async, okay, arrow function. So again, we don't need to navigate to the page. It's already happening with before each hook. So all we really need to do is click, right? So await page dot click. And what are we clicking on? So text. And the text here is, for the link, is checkboxes, right? So checkboxes in double quotes. So once we clicked on the checkboxes, let's store the first checkbox. So checkbox equals await page so we so let's store if the value is checked, right? And then here we want to pass along the locator for the checkbox. So input okay, and here we want to pass the locator for the checkbox. Checkboxes inspect. So input type checkbox. So we can grab this whole thing. Right. And then we have two input type checkboxes, the first one and the second one. We need only the first one. So for that we can say, so input type checkbox, and type checkbox, you want to place that in square brackets. Here you want to say first child. So if it's the very first child, you can just say the first child here, right? So it will grab this guy. There are different ways how you can grab the first one, using NTH0 or using first child, so whatever you prefer. Okay, and now we want to verify, so expect checkbox. So here it is saying, is it checked? And because it's not checked, it's going to store false, right? And we want to make sure that it is false, to be false. So I want to make sure when the page is checking, if this element is checked, that the value says false. So it is not checked, right? Clear it out And let's also, so now I don't have test only. It's going to run everything, but I don't want to run everything. I want to run only the specific file. So npx playwright test, playwright test, and here we're going to say tests / hooks and page.spec.js. So I don't want to run any other files. And let's go. Here is our browser. Here's our inspector. So let's step through it. We're doing A/B test. Clicks on it, grabs the header, closes the tab and the context, and then closes. Not yet. It's actually not closing the page yet. So here is not closing the browser yet. So here is the new test. Okay, now we click on checkboxes. We grab the first checkbox with our locator. We're looking if it's checked. It is not checked, and we're closing the page and the context. And then after all executes, after the two tests ran through, after all hook is executed and it's actually closed the browser itself, right? Okay. So now we're going to have a little bit of a more complex test. We're going to work with setting stuff inside the context and switching context. And you will see why you might need to have a context on your own, because using the context and page, you can have multiple contexts, multiple pages with different settings when you run through your tests. So the next test, we're going to go into geolocation, and we will actually set a particular location and run the test against that location to make sure it was set correctly. And the setting of the geolocation in Chrome itself, you can go into customize, more tools, sensors, right? And where my sensors are, I'm gonna make the screen larger. Okay, here we are. So you can manually set your location here in Chrome if you want to use different locations, like San Francisco, for example, right? I can add more locations. So I can set location and override it to Mountain View, right? Or to Berlin. So I can do that in Chrome. And you see it comes up with the Berlin location. I can do it in DevTools, but when you do automation, you know, it's hard to go in DevTools and select that. So you can have this set in the context itself. So we will set a particular location for the test in the context, and then we will verify that the geolocation is actually set by clicking where I am, right? Okay, so a little bit more complex, but I think it's manageable. If we go step by step and understand what's going on, we should be able to create the test, right? Okay, so test, and I will do that only first for this one. So we run just geolocation first. Geolocation setting in context and verification. That's the name of the test. Again, we're doing async right? So first, we need to override the context that was set in before each hook, because this context doesn't have any location settings. So before each hook said context is equal new browser context, and it's stored here. Now we want to create new context and store it again in this variable, override it, and use it in our test. So for that we can say context, same thing, await, same thing that we were doing, but we're doing it in new, right? New context. But now within the context we want to provide some settings. First you want to say permissions, permissions, and you're saying I'm allowing the context to change geolocation. So for that you want to say permissions, geolocations, right? Then on the new line you're actually typing out what will be the geolocation. So location, and you want to provide now in not in square brackets but in parentheses, you want to provide latitude, latitude, and you want to provide longitude, right? So what do we want to provide here? Let's go to Chrome, inspect. So get more tools, sensors, and this is where you're gonna see it. So let's select San Francisco. So here's our latitude for San Francisco, the value, right? So latitude, setting it right here, and then longitude right here. So just copying it from the sensors from Chrome. Okay, so geolocation is set. What else can we see here? What other options can we have in the browser? So let's set viewport, which is a resolution, right? So this is a resolution of your of your Chrome page. So width 1280 by height 720. All right, so this is our resolution. So I think, okay, here we're opening the context, setting all those values inside of it, storing it in the variable. All right, perfect. So now with this new context that was set, we can actually create new page. So page, await. This page is, again, overriding the page that was created in before each, right? I have to set the page, but now it will be used in this context, new one, with the settings that we provided. So context dot new page. All right, great. Now because we were navigating here in before each to the page, this will not gonna work in our test. The navigation is never happening for us because we're overriding the context, we're overriding the page. So we'll actually have to add a step here where we go with this page to a particular address, right? So let's go directly to the geolocation link. So right here, that's what we're gonna open. And one thing that is important to add, the pause that we had, again, this pause was for the before each page. We will be opening a new context, a new page here. So we will need another pause to pause the page that we will be using inside of the test. So this page, we're going to pause this page to see the execution. Okay. So we want to await page dot click. And what are we clicking on? Let's inspect this. Button. I think there's only one button on this page. So we can just use the tag to click on it. So await page click button. And after we click on the button, right? So this is San Francisco that is set right now. We want to grab this value. So ID lat value, so latitude. And we want to grab this value, so ID lon value. Okay. So let's do that. So let's do const lat equals await page dot text content and ID, so with a hash lat value const longitude, so lon equals await page dot text content and lon value. Okay, we grab that. Now we want to assert what we get back, right? So expect latitude. Actually, we receive and store this as string, as a text value, but we can update this to a float data type instead of a string, and to compare it to a float number. So I'll show you how we can do that. So instead of doing string verification like we normally do, we can say parse float, and then let's pass along the latitude. So it was a string, here it becomes a float. And then we can say, we don't need to have an exact match with a float. We can say to be close to, and here's our latitude. So it has to be close to this number, right? And then again, expect, and now parse float, and then we will now transform our string, our text for longitude value into float, and then we can say to be close to, and we're going to use this, so longitude value. Okay. All right. Let's give this whole thing a try and see what happens. I don't need to use the file because I have that only, but this is fine. We can still use the whole path to the file for the execution. Okay, so look at what happens. Our before all hook just launch a Chromium browser, and then before each launched new page. So before all and before each just did their thing. I think I also want to add a console output here, and I want to say using context and page created within test and not within test. and not within hooks. So we have indication when this happens, right? All right, let me cancel it out and run one more time. Okay, so here's our browser page. It's already on the internet, heroclap.com. So this is happening within this page that was set with before each hook. Now, if I'll move to the next step, something interesting is going to happen. Okay, so there's an error. Geolocation expected number got undefined. Okay, longitude. All right, there's a typo. So longitude. My pronunciation is probably off, like by a long shot. I don't pronounce that correctly. So longitude. All right. I think this is good. Let's clear it out. Run one more time. So the name for the setting was incorrect. Okay, so here we go. Here's our browser page. Set it up in before hooks. And look, I click next step, and all of a sudden I get another tab and another page running and another inspector. We're using the same browser, just a new tab, new context, new page, because we set it up, all the stuff in the test. You see, using context and page created within test and not within hooks. So this is what we're seeing now. Context, new page, this execution, this page pause, that's what triggered it. It is a different page and it didn't go anywhere yet. You see, we're right here, it's paused. The next step, it will go directly to geolocation. So I have two contexts running, right? Okay, so we're here. So next step, it will go to the internetheroclub.com geolocation, right? Open it up. Now it's going to click on where I am. And according to the where I am, the value for geolocation should be set in the context. So it will grab it from there. Step over to the next step. And we got 37774929 right here. And longitude minus 122 419416. So what we provided. And if I'll go further, so I'm not gonna do assertions. I mean, I can do an assertions. So this is assertions for latitude, longitude. They both are gonna pass. Now, before it goes and closes the page, after each closed page in the context, I want to click on where I am. This button to see if we're in fact right now gonna show San Francisco. So see it in Google. Click on that. Okay, that's where it opened up. Let's zoom out. Look at that. We're in San Francisco. Okay. Let's finish. So it's closing the page and the context. And after all, it closed the browser. When after all hook ran, it closed the browser. When it closes the browser, it closes both of the context, because both of those contexts exist in Chrome. So the browser is closed was after all hook and everything is closed. If you want after all to close browser, not after each test per se, then you can place the test, the whole block of tests inside. You can place it inside describe block and then open and close the browser after all. We'll do it after the describe block execution. So the whole thing after the describe. Describe block for hooks, right? And then we're gonna grab the test that we have here. So Control X to cut and then paste. with Control V. So, okay, right click, format. All right, let's give it a run. I will say headless as true. So I don't want the pauses to trigger. I just want it to run the whole thing. Clear it. Let's run it. Now we're not gonna have the windows. Or actually, it's not gonna work because the settings is not coming from here. Okay, it's coming from here. Hold on. Clear. The config is not going to do much for us because when we do config, this is for the page that comes from the fixture. So headless true, still going to have the browsers coming up in our hooks and pages test. So to have the headless mode, you want to add it to your browser settings that you create here. So launch, and then you can provide settings inside launch. So headless true. Now if I'll rerun it, I'm not going to have the browsers popping up. So let's move before each and before all inside the describe block itself. So because we're still getting after all who close the browser on each test run, so let's put it within the describe block. Right, so now we have a describe block. Within the describe block, we have several tests, and we have before all and after all within the describe block. So now we're going to see before all hook launch Chromium browser, and after all who close the browser at the beginning and at the end after all the tests are run, right? Because now it's within the describe block itself. All right, let's clear it out and let's run it. Yep. Yeah, so that's the way to do it properly if you have before all and after all. So it doesn't happen after each test. It should be within the describe block itself. So you can see before all hook launch Chromium browser, and then after all hook close the browser. So it happens only before the test and after the test, not in between. And then here you can see before each and after each inside. All right, perfect. Okay, with that being added, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say git add dot. So I'm gonna add everything I have here. Git commit -m and add a comment, added hooks and pages and location setting, and I will do git push. Okay, so now you're gonna see all this code inside the Playwright repository. So GitHub alexusadays Playwright for QA automation. So this code, the updated tests, if you want to download it, you can access this repo within the tests. You will have it hooks and pages. So right here. If you don't want to type it out, you just can copy it from this page and file. Okay, so this was alexusadays. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. Hopefully it was helpful. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey everyone, this is alexusadays, and we're continuing Playwright QA automation. And today we're going to talk about page object model. We are in module 9, and after that we're going to go in module 10. That will be the last one. Now, today we're going to talk about page object model, for short POM. The page object model is a way to organize your test code. It helps you manage the interactions with your web page in an organized and reusable way. Instead of writing all your test steps directly in your test files, you create a separate class that represents each page of your application. When creating POM framework, try to balance two principles. Dry, don't repeat yourself. Concept in software development that aims to reduce repetition of code. And KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Philosophy that emphasizes simplicity in design and implementation. The idea is to avoid unnecessary complexity and aim for easy to understand solutions. Here are the main benefits of project using POM. It's easier to read. It keeps your test code clean and easy to understand. Reusability. You can reuse code for interacting with the same page across multiple tests. Maintainability. If something changes on the page, you only need to update it in one place. So let's understand the project structure we're going to implement for the POM. We will open a new directory, and that's going to be our root directory. Within that, we will have pages folder, and in pages folder, we'll have 4 files. Login page for our login, that's going to have a login object. We're going to have secure page, the page that we get to after we log in. That's going to have a secure page object. We will have checkboxes page, just one more example with the checkboxes object. And we will have a file called POM Manager. It's going to contain object where you import all other objects for the ease of use. Then we will have our test folder with example of the tests based on the POM. And then we will have utils folder. In utils, we will have another object where we'll have common functions. So those functions will be used in the pages, like clicking, opening things up, and so on. And visual is going to look like this. So you initiate your common actions. One of them would be, let's say, go on a page, right? So you start in common actions that get imported in all of the pages. So those pages can use those common actions. Then the pages themselves are imported in POM Manager file. So you don't have to import all of those pages separately in each test file. And then in your test file, you just import POM Manager, where you can reach to the login, to the secure page, and all other pages. So essentially, your core functionalities that are generic will be in common actions object. That will be used in all of the different pages, and you will have an object per page. Within the pages themselves, you will have functions related specifically to that pages. Then you have a POM Manager that groups everything together, and in your test files, you just import POM Manager, and you create test cases. Okay, so let's get into the code. And for this example, we're going to go to the form authentication. We will log in. Once we log in, we get to a secure page, and we will verify that we are on the secure page. So something that we already did without page object model. The main difference will be that we will be using page object model today. And after we do secure page, we'll also go ahead and go into checkboxes and verify that we were actually able to click and make a checkbox checked. Okay. So in our project, everything is still going to be visible in Git, but we will create a project within a project. So we have a clear distinguished example with page object model implementation only. Okay, so I'm going to go and close everything that we have opened. And in this folder, I'm just going to create new folder. And I will call it POM example, right? So this is our POM framework, essentially. Now here in terminal, I need to navigate into this folder. So I will say cd POM example. Let's clear it out. And if I do pwd, you see the path, I'm inside POM example folder. So here we need to start with the basics. And that would be, we need to initialize another Playwright project within, right? So for a better visibility, I can also go say open folder and go into POM example, so newly created folder. So I'm just inside of here. I don't have anything else to distract me. I'm just creating kind of a new project within a project, but from scratch. Okay, let's open up the console. And first we need to install Playwright. So we need to do npm init playwright at latest, right? So this will initialize the whole Playwright project for us. Okay, need to install file and packages. Okay, to proceed, we're gonna do it in JavaScript. We're gonna have our tests in tests folder. No GitHub action needed. Install browsers and everything for the project. Yes, let's do it. Okay, so we initialized our brand new Playwright project. It's still installing some of the stuff. All right, so it is installed. I'm going to clear out the console. So let me delete the test examples. Yeah, we don't want it. Let's start with creating our project structure. So our test is going to be in the test folder. Let's create pages, right? So within the pages folder, we will have all the pages that we need to interact with. Then we're going to have a new folder called utils. So here I will place another object that is not page specific, but just most common used functions, right? All right. And let's delete our example test and create our POM tests. POM tests.spec.js. Okay, so our first test file. So normally we would start going and interacting with the page directly right away. And the first step would be to go to a page. But go to a page is actually a very generic step, so probably we can place it in the utils. And for that, we need to create a file here. So I'm going to create a file and call it common actions.js, right? And we have it open. So first thing, we need to create an object, and we want to export that object. So export default class common actions. Well, actually it is class. So what is a class? Class is like a blueprint, a prototype for an object. You can create an object from the class. It just tells you what's in it, and you will see as we go how it is implemented. One thing that you want to add here is a constructor that accepts page, and then it will say this.page equals page. So what will happen every time we go with the common actions, we will pass the page inside, right? And this page, whenever the common action is initialized, so you create a new object out of this class, you will say like new common actions. This page is created with the new object. So this allows initialization of the page, and the page becomes available to all the functions that will be within the new object that will be created out of this class. And as we move through it, it's going to get a little bit clearer if you don't understand what I'm talking about right now. All right, so we'll have our first function here, asynchronous navigate, and it accepts a URL parameter, right? And what do we do to navigate in Playwright? So we actually just say go to page.goto, and then we'll provide URL here. So whenever this is called, it will just use the Playwright code to navigate to specific URL provided to this function. Because this is going to be our entry point into a web page, let's add here a comment, a pause. So whenever you uncomment this, you'll be able to pause your code and kind of step through it to see what's going on. Okay, so navigate is here. What is the other like most common thing? Well, clicking on something, right? So let's create a function called click. This function will accept a selector, and then within it we will have a wait. So this dot page dot click, and again we provide a selector to the function what it should click on, right? Okay, so the next one, the common one, that you fill out some values. So async fill. Again, you need to provide selector, and the other parameter you want to provide whatever you're going to be filling it with, right? So some text. And here we have to say await this dot page dot fill, and we're providing again locator where we're going to find it, and then the text that we'll be filling in. Okay, what else? Let's also add here a function where we get text. So we found an element, we want to grab text within this element, right? So it will return a value. So await this dot page dot text context. So if there is a text value within the locator, within the selector, this function will return it back to whatever place called it. Okay, so return away this page dot context selector. Okay, that's good. And the last one, let's add it for a check mark, right? So sync is checked. Again, we provide selector, and here we will await this page is checked selector. So this is name of our function is checked. This is just the Playwright code. So this is a text context is checked fill. This is all comes from the Playwright. We all know it. We kind of wrap it inside our function that we will be calling somewhere else, some other place. Okay, so our common actions are done. Now, what else would we need? Well, we will need a page or pages that will use all those common actions. So the first page that we're going to create will be a login page. So again, with capital login page, since this is a class, page.js. Okay. Now here we need to import some things that we will be using. I will add an assertion within the page. Typically, this is considered not a great practice, but sometimes it might make your life easier to have assertion function built in. So just if you're going to be implementing this, be aware that some companies or some places might want you to have assertions only inside a test file here. But from my practice, sometimes it is good to help assertion if you pass along value in within the page itself, if it's like page specific stuff. All right, so for assertions, we want to import expect from our Playwright module, right? Okay, and what else we need to import here? Well, all the clicks, all the fills, everything, that would be coming from the common actions. So we want to say import common actions, and it auto-completes it for me. I just want to add .js here. So it will go to this file and grab all of those functions, making them available like within this class, right? Okay, and the object itself now will be exported further so we can use it in some other places, right? Like in tests. So we also need to start again, export, default, class, login page. So, okay. We will start again with the constructor that will have page, right? And then we will say a couple things here. So this dot actions equals new common actions, and we're passing page into it. So we're initializing a new object called this dot actions, and this just makes it available, initializes it and makes it available to the whole file. Now, this dot actions object comes from this class, like from this blueprint, right? So it will be available initialized here within the login page itself. All right. Now let's add our navigation here. So async, and we're creating another function, navigate, that will have inside this function, or we'll call it with some value, right? So let's say await this dot actions, right? This one, this object that we created, dot, and then when I press dot, you see I have different options here available, right? And one of them is navigate, this method, right? Navigate. And what do we need to navigate to a specific place according to this function that we created? Well, we need to provide the URL. So we need to provide here a link where it's going to go. In our case, that's going to be https the internet.heroku app.com/login. Okay, so that's the place. So what would be a page specific here, the functionality that we can, the functions that we can create and later then call and test and use them? Well, one of them would be login, right? Because that's what we're doing here on the page. And now if we need to log in and reuse the login, we can just reach to the functions and we don't need to recreate it again and again and again, right? So right here, we just need to create a function that will go and fill out all this information and hit the login button, all within this method that then we will call in the test file. All right. So for login, we need two parameters. So we need username and we need password. And let's say, okay, so first we need this actions. What are we grabbing for this actions to fill out the information about the username? .fill, right? Actions.fill. So we're grabbing this method that uses the playwright.fill method, but still, we're grabbing this one. And within, we need to provide two values. So we need to provide first the locator, right? And locator for the login field is username. And then we need to provide a username that we will be using in test. So this function will accept, or this method will accept the username text, right? And it will populate it here. And it will use this locator, and then it will get, the name will get filled into the field on the web page. All right, so the next one is this actions.fill. Now here we need to fill password. So password is our locator for the field. So this guy, right? If we look at it, I mean, we already did it a couple of times. Inspect it. So hopefully you remember. So here's the ID password, right? That's what we're going to use. So hashtag, that means password. And we're also going to need to provide the actual password value that we're going to pass along. Okay, so after this is done, we need to click on the login button. So again, we're doing this.actions. Where is our click? Now we have it here, right? So all it will do, the login page will go to the actions, here utils, and we'll call this code where Playwright executes the click. And we're still going to have to provide a locator. So you remember here, selector or locator. So the Playwright expects here what to click on. And for that login button, it's going to be button type equals, and in double quotes, submit. Double quotes, and square brackets. All right, great. One thing that I want to add, I prefer to manage the locators within methods. Like, if you need to update the locator to something else, you can do it right here. So let's say there's another ID, new ID, it was changed. But there are other ways how to do it. Some places will have your locators within the constructor for a particular page. So let's say username value or username locator equals username, right? Or say selector to be consistent. Some places will have it like this. So instead of having the text value here, you just have the variable, and this variable where you store the ID. That's one of the methods that you can use. In some other places, you might actually create a separate file or even a file per page with locators per page, and then you just import that file here. Again, page file with page locators that you import in, and then you use that file with the locators in your code. Whatever is easier for you, whatever is working better for your project, however you want to manage it. Okay, so we have the login, right? Now let's try and actually add this to our test and see how this whole construction works. So let's go to the test file. So we're going to import test and expect, just for future assertions, from @playwright test. Okay, and now we actually need to import the page inside. We will create a page manager class a little bit later when we'll have multiple pages. If you have one, right, you can just import it directly. But if you're gonna have multiple, yes, then it's easier to have a manager, especially if you have tens, right, 10 or 50 or however many pages you need to test. All right, so importing from pages, so it goes and imports this. Okay, so it goes into the pages, imports this inside our tests. Perfect. Let's create a describe block. So let's describe, and let's call it login tests. Now within the describe block, there's an error function here. Okay. And now we need to initialize this class into an object that we'll be using within the test. So we can say login say let login page is equal to new login page, and we need to pass here page parameter. All right, but we don't have a page yet, right? If we don't have a page, the page will get started here in the test. What is the page right now? For that, you want to actually create the page and initialize it. So you want to say, let's say test dot before each. So before each test run, we're going to create a page. Async. And again, we're taking the fixture from the Playwright. We're not going to do context. We're not going to do browser. We're going to go directly with the page, right? And here the arrow function. So inside, we just pass in our login page, and it will use this page. So it will create a page with before each block. Then it will pass it inside the login page here, and it will use this page within actions, and then actions will do whatever we need with the page itself. So like clicking, filling things out, everything is here now, right? So going from tests into login, using the same page that passed through the test into login, and that same page is also now used in actions. So it's kind of cascading, right, from one place to another. All right, so okay, we have object login page. Now we actually have to use it, right? So let's create a test. Let's call it login with valid credentials. All right, and what do we do here? Well, now we have login page, so we can say await login page dot, and what would be our way to get to the page? Here's a function called navigate, right? So we just say, oh, okay. So it doesn't see this. The value was assigned, but let is, okay, so here's the problem. There's a scope. So let is only scope within the block right here. So it doesn't see it. So what we need to do? Well, we need to declare this value outside of the describe. So let's say let login page. Now it becomes visible to the whole file. And over here we assign it. So we don't declare, we just assign it here. And to make it available, we'll put here at the top. So you say login let page here at the top, and then you actually pass in here in before each block. Now you see it lighted up, it's available. So say dot, and let's call navigate, right? Okay, you don't even have to provide anything here. Why? Well, because it knows within the login page itself that's when you execute this function, that's exactly where it's going to go. So it's navigating to the login page. The next thing we want to do is login page dot login. That's the other function we created. And we need to pass two values here, right? So Tom Smith would be the username, and super secret password would be the password. So this will go back to our login page, grab this function, pass in username and password. Password comes here. Username comes here, line 15. Then password comes here. Then it click login button. That's it. Like the whole thing is now just one line. And whenever you need to use it in other tests, you just provide that one line and that's it. It's going to log in. We also going to create an assertion, right? But for now, let's see if it works. So our entry point was navigating to URL. So let's uncomment the navigation. And we want to update a couple things in the config. We want to comment in the project. I want to remove Firefox and WebKit, just have Chromium here. And within the use, we need to say that headless is equal to false. So we want to actually see execution. We're not going to execute in parallel. We don't want to see multiple tests running. We're just going to see one browser, one test running at a time for the ease of understanding what's happening. Retries, 1, okay, workers process, so only one worker, one execution at a time. Our test there is test, everything looks good. And let's do npx playwright test. So now this is already in POM. The start of it, the basics of it. Okay, here we are. So here's our Playwright inspector. Step over. You see, this is our entry point. We are inside the common actions. This is our navigation, and it is paused. Then it's going to go and call go to URL, right? But it's going to be coming from your test file. So from here, it will call navigate, right? After initializing the login page, calls navigate. Then navigation goes inside of navigate function within the login page. Then it says navigate and the link. And then it goes back to the common actions. And here's your navigate. The link is passed in and it goes to this URL. Right? Okay, let's go and call step over. Okay, navigate it. Now it found the username field. Next step, enter Tom Smith, password, entered, and now it's ready to log in. So we are at this step. And again, we're not going to have to type it again. It's working. The functions here is for login page is working. You can use it as many times as you want. All you need to do is to call this page and call the function login and provide username and password. What we did right here in the test. Okay, so next step, and that's it. We are done. Execution is completed. Test passed. All right, so now let's update our structure because we're going to start introducing more pages. So we do have a page manager. So I'm going to create new file. I'm going to call it POM. Probably like this, POM manager.js. Okay, so the whole idea behind it is just to import all of other pages and then export them and use only one class to initialize them all. So let's start with importing login page. Import login page, and it finds it right away from loginpage.js. And now we need to create a class that we will be exporting. So export default class POM manager. All right, and within it, again, we're creating a constructor that's going to accept the page, and this dot page will become the page passed on, and we will need to say this dot login page. So we're creating a new variable here, this dot login page, and we use this because it will be available to the whole file, right? Okay, so is equal to new login page, and we need to pass the page in. So the class login page is now initialized within the object. This login page within the variable. And now what we can do in our test. So instead of importing a login page, we just import POM manager from POM manager.js. Here we initialize, actually, let's give it a short abbreviation. So we're going to say let PM for POM manager, and we're going to have this variable here. We're going to call it PM, and PM now is equal new POM manager, right? So we created an object PM that stores POM manager class, this blueprint, and within the class itself we have the login page, and we will have other pages, right? So, but now everything is accessible through this PM. So what I can do, I can just say PM dot login page dot navigate, and now PM dot login page dot login. So we go through the PM, we go into POM manager, right? And then within the POM manager there is a login page, and then this login page gets us to the login method within the login page. So kind of, it's a little bit hard to understand at first, but once you type it out multiple times, it becomes clear how it works, and it actually becomes a lot easier to manage than retyping the same code over and over again. Okay, so let's give it another run to make sure that everything looks good still. Okay, here is our page. Next step, we go to the URL, provide username, password, click on the login. All right, and we're logged in. Perfect. So I'm gonna remove the pause for now. Let's add some other things. So what happens when we log in? When we log in, we see a success message. Right, so let's make sure that we can say, hey, we are here in the secured area. Now, secure area is no longer login. It's going to be a new page. There could be a lot more things here that you could do, like click on logout. There could be another functionalities and things that you can interact with within the application at your work, right? But it is a new page now. We're not in login, we're in the secure. So we need to create that, right? So we're going to go to pages. We're going to say new file. I'm going to call it secure page with capital S, because it is a class here. Let's also import expect, because we're going to use it at some point to do assertions. And we want to, same thing how we did in the login page, we want to import common actions. Common actions here into secure page, because we're still going to use common actions as well. Export default class secure page. Very similar initialization here. So whatever we did was the login page, just a constructor and actions. So let's grab this. Constructor page actions. We don't need this locator. We can remove it. And what would be our method here? So we want to get the message displayed. So let's call it get message. Right? That's going to be the first thing that we want to do. And get message will return await this dot action. Actions. What do we have in actions to retrieve text? We have get text. So that's exactly what we're going to use here. Get text. and we just need to find the locator for this text. So ID is flash, so we're going to use that. Pass in ID flash. All right, perfect. And also, let's add an assertion for the text itself. Now, again, you can have assertion in the test case, and you can have an assertion in pages. Most of the time, it will be preferable to have it in the test case, but I will show you both. I do find it in certain cases that it's better to, or easier to have an assertion within the page itself for certain things where you just pass value through here, through your test, and then goes in. So you pass in the function and the value for the assertion here, and it goes into the page and it asserts it. All right, so let's call this function assert logged in message, and it will have to have a past message, right? The value that will be asserting. Now we need to say const message. So how do we get a message that we actually have on the page? How do we grab this? So we grab this using getMessage method. We just need to store it now in this value, in this variable. So to do that, I need to actually call the function. So I'll say await this dot get message. Okay, so this function will get called within this function when it's called, and then the message will be stored inside, and then this message stored inside will be compared with the message that was passed into the function, and they should match for the assertion to be successful. So I'm going to say expect message, let's say to contain past message, like that. Okay, now we're going back to our test file, and we need to add this assertion. Let's do await PM dot. Okay, well, we can't. We don't have a page, secure page in our POM manager. We can't reach it, right? So first, we actually need to go to the POM manager, and same way how we imported login page, we just go and say import secure page from securepage.js, and we added to the constructor this dot secure page. So this is the variable name equals new secure page, and we pass in the page. Okay, now we're going to be able to reach the secure page in our test. So we don't need to initialize anything else. We don't need to import anything else here. Everything now is contained in this PM, right? All our pages. So I'll say PM dot secure page. And what is our function? Assert logged in message. Okay. And all we need to do is we need to pass along the text. Okay, so this text gets passed into here, and it compares this text with the text stored in message that comes from here by grabbing the locator and the value within that locator. All right, let's run it. Now we remove the pause, so it's just gonna run through it, and that's it. text context is not a function. Okay, let's see what went wrong. Selector await this dot page text context. Okay, it's a typo. It should be text content. So Playwright doesn't have text context. It has text content method. Another way how we can execute this, remember we installed the plugin for Playwright for testing. So it found tests here and it has POM tests. You can just say show browser at the bottom on the settings and then run it. So it doesn't close the browser window when the execution is completed. Okay, here's the test. It finished. We're actually logged in. And all good. We have the page running with the before each. And it sits there waiting, not closing it. So what we want to do, we want to also close it. So async, same way, async page. Await page dot close. So this will close. This will run page before each test. This will close after each test. Let's give it a rerun. Okay, opened up and done. It's closed. So it's no longer pending. We don't have it hanging around, and we don't want to have it hanging around. Like if we have multiple tests and multiple browsers, you don't want to have it hanging around because it's going to impact your machine, your performance, your memory. All right, back to the terminal, cleared everything out. Good. So we have now an assertion. That assertion is stored within the secure page right here. So we get the message and then we also assert it. How can we directly assert it without going inside the page? And you can do that. Like that would be another option, right? So if you have all your objects and grabbing values and finding locators and managing locators within the pages, let's say you need to directly assert it. So directly in test, assert value in directly in test itself, right? So you can say const message. Now we will be using a call. So pm dot secure page dot get text, right? So we still have to grab the message. So we're going to be using get message here. So this message will be stored within this variable. And now all we need to do is just create the expect that we usually created. So expect message, and we just was playwrights to contain, and the message that we're asserting. So this one, right? But you see, it's a little bit longer. You still have to get the message that was already done here, was in the whole chain here, and then you assert it manually, right? So let's run it one more time. Okay, execute it and passed. So essentially we assert the same message twice, but using like just a little bit different approach. Okay, great. So what about login with invalid credentials? So let's say test, and let's call it login with invalid credentials, right? Async arrow function, and here we do the same thing, right? We just gonna navigate to the page. We're gonna copy paste the login and password. And now instead of valid Tom Smith, we're going to say invalid user. Something that the system will not accept. What happens if we provide invalid user? So invalid user, and let's add the password. Login. There's user name invalid message. So we want to assert that. We don't have an assertion, so we can have assertion here, right? Just using the expect. We still have to find the message, grab the text, and then assert it. Or we can have everything, again, within the login page. Just the assertion contained here, right? And we just kind of verify. We provide value and call the functions from the test, and then the whole logic is here. So let's do that. So first we need to get error message, right? Async get error message. And here we will say return await this dot actions dot get text. So we're using that to grab the text. Let's inspect this. ID is flash, so I'm going to use that. Get text for the locator. Flash. Now we got the text, but we also create a function. We need to create a function that will assert that text, right? So async assert error message, and we need to pass here expected message that will be coming from our test, right? And we need to store the message that we grabbed. So let's say const actual message is equal to await this dot get error message. So we're grabbing the message, storing it in actual message, and we're then doing expect the actual message, the one that we grabbed, should be, let's say again, to contain the one that will be passing through the test expected message. Okay, great. One thing that is left is to add it here after the invalid login. So all we need to do is await pm.login page and assert, right? Where is it? Assert error message. That's all. Error message, and we just need to grab the error message here and provide it. Okay, let's save it, and let's bring back our pause in the utils and run 2 test cases step by step. All right, Playwright test. All right, so here we are, Playwright Inspector, step over, navigating to the URL. And first we ran through positive scenario, logged in, and verifying you logged into a secure area. That is happening twice, actually. And then after each is closing the page, the one that we added. Okay, page is closed. And then new page is open for the next test. Because we have before each that initialize everything, right? Again, for each test. Okay, we go into the URL, typing in invalid user, typing in password, clicking login, and then validating that the username is invalid. Yep, and closing the page. That's it. 2 tests passed. We're looking good. Want to see the report? We do npx playwright show report, and it will tell us in the details the tests that we ran, right? And all the steps. All right, perfect. So let's add one more page. So we'll check boxes for good measure and do a test and like click in here and verifying things. All right, new file. Again, we create check boxes page.js. And here we need to also import. So I'm going to add expect here as well from Playwright. Same thing, we need to import the common actions that we were going to be using from utils, right? Okay, now we create the class. So export default class check boxes page, like that. Have a constructor where we pass page and this dot actions is equal new common actions that accepts page. All right, so now we need to navigate, right? And we're navigating to a different place. We're navigating to the checkboxes. So same thing how we're navigating here. We're calling that actions navigate. Just need to provide different link, a little bit different link. So we were navigating to login. Now we're navigating to checkboxes. Okay, perfect. The next one will be a sync checkbox. Okay, here I'm gonna use index because there are two checkboxes. And remember, before we used Playwright locator, Playwright specific, right? Built-in, Playwright built-in, but this time we're just using the locator that we have in actions, right? So for that, I'll use a different locator. So this actions.click. And now we need to find, okay, check, look at the element. So there, you see there are two types, two checkboxes. How do I know which one? If they're the same and there's only type. So for that, again, we're using backticks here. I'll say input. Type is equal checkbox. Okay. Now this will error out because there are two checkboxes. The Playwright will say, hey, there are two elements, expected one, found two. So we can do nth of type, and here we need to provide index. So 0 will be the first one, and 1 will be the second. Make sure you put in the backticks. It's like shift left to number 1. So actually no shift. Yeah, just the key to the left to number 1, right? So like 1, 2, 3, and to the left you have this character. So this is like a backtick comment, and that will allow you to pass in the values inside of the text here. So like generate the string. So you'll be passing index of the checkbox to specifically click on the checkbox that you need to click on. All right, and here let's do an assertion. Assert checkbox. So we're gonna assert if the checkbox is checked. So again, we need to pass an index because we need to tell which one. Let's say return await this does dot actions, and in the actions we added is checked, right? So it goes and verifies if the checkbox is actually checked, right? So this actions is checked, and we provide the locator. So this one will click on it, and this one will assert if it's actually checked. And if it's checked, it will return true or false. It's actually not assert, but that will be is it checked? Because we're not doing the assertion, we just return true or false value here. Now we want to have a method that says assert checkbox. So now we will verify that it was actually checked. So we have index say expected checked here. Let's say const is checked equal to, and we need to run this function to see if it is. Await this dot is checked, where we again pass the index, right? So this comes from here to here, and if we need to check again, we're passing index. And here's our actual assertion. Expect is checked, so this value that was stored, and could be true or false. To be what we pass through the test itself. To be. Okay, so it was a lot here, but essentially we navigate to the page, then we have an action to click on the checkbox, and we specify which one, the first or the second. Then we store it was in the element, if it's true or false, is it checked or not, and then we assert this value. So let's say we get true here, we can pass in true and assert it, or we can pass as false and assert it. So we can, this goes both ways. You can assert true, you can assert is checked, or you can assert that it is not checked. Okay, now let's add the checkboxes to the POM manager. So import checkboxes page, and then this dot checkbox page equals to new with a lower c. Okay, so it's the same name but with a lower character because it's for ease of readability. This is your variable that that creates an object based on this class here. Okay. All right. So now we go and create the actual test. So I'm going to minimize this describe block. Let's actually create one more describe block here. Test dot describe. checkbox verification. Okay. So what do we need to do, right? Or what I've been doing here, we still need to, for the new block, it's like a new file essentially. If you're gonna have a new file, this is gonna happen within the file. You still need to call the pod manager, right? And you still need to open close page. So we can just copy paste this. So before each test within the describe block, we're getting the pod manager, and after each, we're closing the page. Now test itself. So text, test, check, and uncheck, check boxes, right? I'm going to say async, arrow function here. Okay. Here's the test. So first, we're going to do await PM dot checkboxes page. So I'm just gonna grab it from here. Checkboxes page, and then we do navigate, right? We don't provide link or anything. It knows where to navigate. It's provided right here. Okay, so it's gonna go to the page. Next thing, let's check this second checkbox. So this is 0 and this is 1. The first one is 0, the second is 1. So we say PM dot checkboxes page dot checkbox. Right, so we click on it and make sure it's checked, and then we pass the index. So the first one, and then we verify that it is true, right? So this assert checkbox. So that assert checkbox, which one? First one should be set to true, and let's run it. So I'm going to do test.only for this. So we run only this test. We're still going to go step by step because there's a pause. All right, let me clear the console. Let's execute it. No, not report. npx playwright test. Okay, so here's our inspector. Let's do it step by step. Step over, navigates to the checkboxes, clicks on it, and then verifies it. So CSS based, the one that we used, nth of type, matches every element that is nth child in the same type. And it is using the number that you provide. So nth of type 2 will select the second element of the sibling. So literally first and second, right? But then if you use Playwright based locator, for example, the one that we used before, get by role checkbox, then we provided nth that comes with the Playwright here. Now this nth returns locator to the end matching frame, and it's 0 based. So nth 0 selects the first frame. So have to be aware of things like that. I mean, minor details, but yeah, it can, you can start like thinking, okay, why is it not working as I expect it to work? Let's get back to our POM. Let's get back to our tests. So if we want to interact with the first one, we need to click on 1. If we use CSS and TH based, so this one and TH of type. So we need to click on the first one if we interact with first one, and we need to click on the second if we interact with the second. Now, let me get... So by default, the first one is not checked, and we will check it, and we will verify that it is checked. And the second one is checked by default, and we click on it, it will uncheck it. Right? And then we will verify that it is unchecked. Okay, so we're gonna copy the whole thing here, just whatever we did for the steps for this test case. But the only thing that I'm gonna do, second checkbox, assert, and now it should be false. And let's give it a run. Okay, it is. Oh no, not here. No, stop. Okay, so because we moved to the Playwright root directory, we need to move back into the POM example. Okay. It started executing all of the tests. We don't want that. You want to execute from the POM example, from here, that we built in, so it goes only into this tests, right? Tests within the POM example. All right, one test here. Good. Paused. Let's go and see how everything works. Step over. Go to URL. Okay, first clicks on the first one and then verifies that it is checked. Then goes to the second one, clicks on it, unchecks it, verifies that it is unchecked, and closes the page. Perfect. That is good. All right, I can remove dot only. Let me remove the pause from utils. Okay. So comment it out. And in the config inside POM examples, I'm gonna say headless true. So it's gonna execute really fast. And let's run it. So we should have total of 3 scenarios, 3 tests. Valid login, invalid login, and checkboxes. All 3 passed. We can see the report if we want. Right. So valid credentials, good. Invalid, good. And the checkbox. First we checked the first one and verified that it's true, and then we unchecked the second and verified that it is unchecked, that it is false, right? Okay, so to summarize everything up, what did we do? So instead of having to write all of the testing and everything in here, we separated each page in its own object. Within the page, we have crucial to the page scenarios like checking, unchecking, verifying fields, only related to that particular page. Then we grouped everything in POM Manager, right? That's where all the pages are now stored, kind of, to or reached from POM Manager. And we have a common actions as our utils object, and then common actions are used by checkboxes, by login, and by secure page, by all of the pages, right? That's why they're common actions. You don't want to define them every time in each page because it's going to be, very redundant. And now we have a pretty nice framework with a page object model that you can use for Playwright. All right, so what I'm going to do, I will say I have to add it to Git, right? So if you go to Git and you search for alexusadays, you see there are two users. I don't know who's this one, but Alex, you said without the one. There's Playwright QA automation repository with all of that code stored inside. And we did it in the previous lesson, right? So I'm going to do a git add dot. So that's going to add all of the changes. And I'm going to say git commit with the message added POM and do a git push. All right, now the GitHub, if you refresh this, there is now POM example available with the framework for page object model for the Playwright that we worked on today. Okay, so this was alexusadays. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. Thank you very much and bye-bye. Hey everyone, this is alexusadays and we're continuing with Playwright QA automation. Now we're going to do API verification. So this is module 10, Playwright API testing, and this is the last module in the series. After we're done with this module, you should be all set to get started with Playwright automation. The whole series should give you a very solid foundation, so you should be ready for a work project or any sort of Playwright automation you're trying to start on. Now, API verification. API stands for Application Programming Interface. In Web, API is a set of rules and protocols that allow different software applications to communicate. API allows web browsers, a client, to communicate with the server. So for example, you have a browser or you're on a machine or on your phone and you're trying to open a web page. So your client, the browser, will send a request to the server. Server will confirm all the information being received, that it is correct, what are you asking for, and then the server will send a response. So this continuous communication is done in API layer. So there's request and response from the browser to the server and then from the server to the browser. Now, one of the most popular API approaches is called REST. REST API stands for Representational State Transfer. It's a type of web API that follows a set of architectural principles and constraints. It is designed to create a simple and standardized way for software to communicate. REST API use standard HTTP methods to perform actions on resources. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. It is the language that web browsers and web servers use to talk to each other on the internet. The primary HTTP methods used are GET, that will allow you to retrieve data from a resource or a server. POST will allow you to create a new resource. So if you want to add a new record to the server, create a new profile. PUT will update or replace an existing resource. Delete if you want to remove a resource, or patch to do a partial update on the resource. With an API request method, there is a response with a status code. HTTP status codes are 3-digit numbers returned by a web server in response to client's request made to the server. They provide information about the result of the request and help both the client and the server understand how to proceed. Response status codes and examples below, but this is not a full list. 100 status codes indicate some sort of information being passed, like 100 for a continue or 101 for switching. 200 status codes indicate successful response, so that could be 200 if you received the resource, 201 if you created one. 300 codes are redirection messages. For example, 300 multiple choices, 301 moved permanently, and so on. 400 is the client error responses. For example, 401 would be unauthorized when you're trying to log in but you don't have access, right? Or, for example, 404 that many of us actually did see in real life. That means you're trying to reach a link and resource was not found, right? The client saying the link is not there. 500 errors are server error responses, so that would be something happening with the backend, with the server side, and it's not working properly. For example, 502 for bad gateway or 504 for gateway timeout. For more details, go to developer.mozilla.org and look for HTTP status codes. They have a pretty solid documentation with explanation on all the status codes, different methods, and so on. We're just going to use this as our introduction to get started. Now, when testing APIs with Playwright, the main objective is to implement and verify various types of requests such as GET, POST, DELETE, or others. The process typically involves the following steps: implementing the request, create and send the API request using Playwright, specifying the necessary method, GET, POST, DELETE, and so on, header, parameters, and body data as required. We will take a look at those when we do it. And then verifying the response. So the response could be the status code, ensure that the response returns the correct HTTP status, and verifying response data. If the response includes data, verify that the data is correct and matches the expected values. We also want to do error handling and edge cases verification. So test various edge cases and error conditions to ensure the API handles them gracefully. This includes sending invalid data, missing required parameters, and simulating server errors to check if the application responds appropriately. Also, we want to do documentation compliance verification. So we want to compare the actual API response against the API documentation to ensure that the implementation aligns with what is specified. This includes verifying endpoints passes, required parameters, response formats, and error codes. Okay, so let's get into it and try it ourselves. Okay. So we're ended here in our POM test and the POM example project. So what we're going to do, we're going to create another project within our project with API example. So let's go ahead and create new folder. Let's call it API examples. And we want to navigate within that folder. So CD API examples, right? Let's clear out the console. So here we will go into Install Playwright as we already did. So npm init playwright at latest. Okay. We're going to use JavaScript. Sure, our test folder is in tests. We don't need Git workflow. Install browsers and installation starts. Okay, perfect. Now for our so here's our project. Let's navigate into the project folder. So open folder, and we're going into Learn Playwright, API examples, select folder. Okay, now I'm inside the API examples folder. I don't want to open the repository here. Let's bring our console back. Okay, we're good. Now, what are we going to do? So one thing that I suggest that you download is the program called Postman. And to do that, you can go into download postman.com downloads. You will find the download button here. Now, Postman is a tool that allows you to work with API. There is a free version, but it's preferably that you do create an account even if you're going to be using free version. So if you go to pricing, you can see there is a free version that you can use. So if you go to pricing, there's a free version that you can use, and that will be enough. Just create a free account. Now, once you download Postman, you will see a window like that where you can process your requests. I'm going to discard changes, and here I'm clicking on the plus, and this is the window where I can create API requests. So if I will go back to Postman and hit inspect, and we'll go to the network tab and select fetch XHR. So here I'm going to filter all of the requests only to show me XML HTTP requests and the fetch API requests. So essentially, those are requests that going from the client to the server. So those will be our like API calls. Let's clear the log and let's refresh this page with the fetch XHR selected. Now you can see a bunch of requests coming through, right? So for example, here is an events, right? And I can see this was a post method and it got reply 200, so it was okay. Here is the URL link or so-called API endpoint. This is where browser is reaching out. Then it will have this is all header information in the header to in the request header, and then there will be a payload that it carries, and with that there might be some response also. So an object that comes with a response. In this case, there is no response, just the payload, right? So this is our API communication between browser and server. You can see it in any web page. If you do refresh, you'll see a bunch of requests coming through. So what we will be doing with Playwright, we will be testing as if we are the client sending requests to the server without the browser, right? For that, we're going to go to a web page called res.in. This is a very good page to practice with API. And they have all sorts of requests here available where they provide the link that you can use for a request. And that's going to emulate or simulate your API request and response. So we can practice on that. For example, there is get list users, right? So here is the request link, and I will show you here it came through in the networking tab, right? And here's the response it will get you back. If I click on this button and get users itself, or actually, I think this one. Okay, if I click on request this link, it will open in a new window. So here you have the whole link and the whole response available. What we're gonna do, we will copy this, then we will open Postman and just paste it in our console or command line field, right? Here, send get request. So you can select the type of request. So send, get, and hit send. And it is hitting that endpoint right here, the API, the server, and the server gives us response with all of the list of users, and this is for page 2 right now. If I'll select page 1, for example, and send it, it will give me page 1 back, 6 users displayed per page, total users are 12, total pages are 2. So this is response body, right? That's like an object that is being sent back, a JSON that we're going to use to do our verification. Postman sets header parameters automatically here. All we really need to do is send the link, and that's it. On GET request, you don't even provide anything in the request body itself, and headers are set automatically by Postman. So it goes to that link, and that responses with status 200 OK. So the server says, the request was successful and gives us a whole bunch of records. Okay, so how can we test this, right? One of the approaches would be to go and verify the API request response, get request, using Postman, and then grab this information, store it in Playwright, and test against it every time. If your responses are large, and they're static, you don't have to test them field by field, like ID1 and so on and so on. If you have a static response that's pretty large and you want to make sure it's consistent, you can copy the whole thing and verify that every time your test run, this whole thing is not changing and it is responding exactly how it should. For that, so we're gonna do some things here. So first, set of examples, let's rename this to API underscore examples dot spec.js. I'm gonna clear all this out, and in my config, what I want to do, directory is test. This is good. Not gonna have any, well, only one retry if it fails, and number of processes only one for local and for CI/CD. There is no headed or headless mode because we're not going to be using browser for requests and responses here. I'm going to comment this off. I'm still going to have Chromium here, but we're not going to be using browser per se. We will be doing requests from the API that or a fixture that Postman not Postman, that Playwright has itself. Okay, so let's go to our test file. So we would need to create a request that would go to that link and get the data and then verify the data. So first, let's create, so import test and expect from Playwright test. So we're going to import our Playwright. And let's create a describe block. Block was old API, so describe API examples. API verification examples. Okay. Now, here's our arrow function, and that's going to be our describe block that will contain all the tests. So our first test, let's have description was a comment here, will be test to verify users and endpoint is returning expected users, right? Test block, verify multiple records returned against stored static response. So I'm assuming here every time I'm doing this test, data shouldn't be changing. I need to still verify that it's working properly, so I can do something like that. So we need to say async, and here now we're not going to be using page. We're not using browser. We will be using built-in fixture called request. There is a fixture for that in Playwright to test with API. Okay, so here's our arrow function, and this is our test body. So first thing, we need to go and grab the response and store it somewhere. So we need to save, say, raw response into a variable. All right, so how can we do that? We can say const response. This is going to be our variable, and here we're going to do request. To do request, we're going to use await, then we will use this fixture request, and now we need to provide method. What kind of method are we using here? We're going to be using get, right? Same thing that we have in Postman, get method and this link. So we're trying to get information from this particular API endpoint, and you need to provide the link inside, right? Now this request is going to run and store all the information, all the response data, including the headers and everything, like all this information, the headers, everything's going to be stored in response, essentially as a raw response, right? We want to parse it because we don't want to work with everything. We want to work only with the body. So to parse the body, and let's leave a comment here. So parse the response body into a JavaScript object, right? With access to the actual data within the response body, right? So we understand what's happening here. And we will store it in a new variable. So I'm going to have a variable called response body, and it is equal to await. And we're grabbing this variable, a row data, and we say .json. That's it. This command .json will parse it. Now we have a body stored here, and we can see what is stored inside. So let's see what is stored inside. For that, we can just say console.log, and we will log out response body. Okay, let's go ahead and run this test really quick, see what comes up. And here is our response. You see, all the information that was coming back from the server is now stored inside this variable. Okay, perfect. We don't want to print it out every time, so let's comment it out. So first thing I want to assert here is I want to make sure that the status code is 200. So the response is successful. So 200, okay. The status code is stored within the row response, not in the response body. So to verify the response status code, I can do expect response, not request, response.status, and status, it's a function, and we want to say to be 200, right? Let's run it. And it's passing. Okay, so the status we get back is 200. Now, how do we verify this large amount of data if I don't want to go line by line and verify everything, and I know it's static? So I will just save everything, just highlight it and copy. I can also save it from my console response here, and I'm going to create a new file that will store it. And I'm going to put it in a new folder. I'm going to call it test data. So test-data. And within test data, let's create a new file called, let's call it users. Is it users? Yeah, users. Okay, let's call it. So users response.json. And I'm just going to paste all of that information inside my users response.json. So everything I got from this get request, the body, I'm going to store it here in the variable. Now I need to import it to be able to test against it, right? So import users from, and that would be test data users response.json. Okay, users is declared, so we're importing the JSON file with all the information. Now we want to say expect. So we are making sure that our response body that we're grabbing from this request is actually equal to our stored response body. So we asserting everything. Like for the static assertion, say you have API, response never changes. There's a lot of information there. You need to confirm everything looks good. And let's run the test. So I'm running it through the plugin. If you want to run it through the console, you can just go to terminal and type npx playwright test, as we usually do, right? So it's going to trigger the test, and looks good. So everything passes. If I look at the HTML report, Yep, everything looks good. Response is equal. And again, we can't really look inside unless we want to expand it like in the console or something, but everything is matching up. If something is not equal, it's going to fail. For example, the first user is not George, but Sam, right? Now, let me clear it out and let me run one more time. And not the logs. So npx playwright test. Let me run one more time. Okay, and test fails. And it tells me exactly where it failed. So first name is Sam. First name expected was Sam, right? The one that I stored. I'm expecting Sam. That's what is my test data or data I'm testing against. This is like the source of truth, right? But I get George instead. And it shows where. Okay, good. So now I know the test actually is working. With that being said, we can change it back. So it's back to George, and now it should pass again. Clear it out. Okay, perfect. Now we learned how to do a GET request and verify everything. Let me minimize this block. Second one, we will test data for a single user. User line by line. So we're not going to compare everything with a file. We're just going to make sure assertion is looking good line by line. So if I go here in request response, go back to the API page. So here's a request for a single user. If I click on it, here is the response. I can change to, let's say, 1. So let's say user 1. I'm trying to get user 1, and I'm going to use that link. Go to Postman, paste it here, and run it. Now I have only one user coming back. Not a whole set of them, but just the very first one returned by the ID. This guy. Okay. Let's create a test where we go through that user and verify every line by line. Test verify single user line by line. Okay. And async. Again, we're going to need the request from the Playwright, right? Not using page because we're not using browser. And here, pretty much same thing as we done. So we're going to have to do get request, store it in the response, right, within this block. Instead of this link, though, we need to use the other API endpoint, this one right here. So users. Not users page, but just users and then ID. Same endpoint, different parameters, right? Pass through. Okay. Still, we're doing the same thing. We're storing the response, raw response in the response variable, and then we want to parse it and store it in the response body. Okay. So let's check again in the console. Right here, what comes back. And I'm going to add dot only for this test, so it runs only this test for now. Okay, npx playwright test. And we see that the user did come back, and all the information about the user coming back from the API. Okay, comment it out. So let's do some assertions. Assert Insert users information. Okay, so first let's do response assertion. So same thing, that the status is 200. The response is successful. And then we're going to go into the body. And to go into the body, you kind of have to go into JSON object, right? So you first land on data, then you need to provide the next field. So we are in the body, then we say dot data, and then we say dot field. Kind of going deeper into it, telling what we're trying to grab and verify, right? So we want to say expect. Now we're going to use response body, and we want a response body dot data. So we're going in here dot data, and now we need to provide one of those fields. So dot ID, that would be this one, and you see it's not a string, so it's not actually text, it's a number. There's no quotes around it, right? Here it's yellow, not green, no quotes. So this needs to be .2b1. So we're making sure that we're getting, in fact, user number 1, and we're grabbing and verifying the ID. So not describe data.id. Okay, good. So the next one would be email right here, data.email, and the email, we're going to verify that we're getting this one back, George Bluth. Okay, so you can see how you build it out. So expect. Now next, from the email, we can verify assert first name. It's going to be George, and after that we're going to assert last name Bluth, and after that we're going to assert avatar. I'm not going to assert support and other text value. I don't think it's important. So I think for the object itself, for this particular user, we've verified everything that it returns, and that we should be good. Okay. So this test is complete, and let's run it. Passed. Perfect. So everything looks nice. Let's do the post request next. So now we'll be able to add data. So post request is when we add a record. Test for post request. And let's start our test. I will add dot only here. And let's say, okay, verify post request. Async. Request. Arrow function. Okay, here we go. This is our body to start the test. Now, with post request, we need to provide the information that we will be submitting. So, like, we get the body back on get, but if you're creating something with post, you actually will have to add a body. So, for example, in Postman, we can select JSON and we can provide a body and send it. So it creates a record. Now, for creating a record for this API, so let's grab and see a post request on the web page. It says 404. Okay, it doesn't load. I have to remove API. Okay. So here is post, and it will create, and you can see when you create a record, it accepts name and job, and it will give you back the name and the job that you created, also an ID and stamp when. 201 response. Okay, so let's create one. So first we will have to create an object that we will be passing. So new user, and here we create an object. So name, let's say Sam, and then job, let's say QA engineer. Okay, so that's our object that we will pass. Now we can create a request and store the response, right? So create request, because when you send a request with Playwright, it will send you the response on it was actually created. Like if you provide a request, post request. So for example, here, if I'll change this to post, and I will grab the data, right? And okay, now I'm gonna, the endpoint is just users. So now I'm gonna send it to users, and I send it. It does provide the response. So we will be providing object with the request being sent, and in the same line of code, we will be saving the response that comes back. Okay, so for that, create request and save response. So let's say const response. So that's where we're gonna save it, right? And await, because it is asynchronous. So await request. So we're still using this object, right? Request dot post. Now instead of get, we're using post, and we need to provide the link, and also we'll have to provide the body that we're sending. So for the link, we are using this post link. So this is the one, just the users endpoint, and we want to have a body here, and let's say data, right, is new user. So this is what I'm using to send the request. I think that looks good. Let's store the response object. So response body. So this is going to be our body that comes back without any HTML, right? And we want to parse it. So await response.json, and let's see what comes back, right? Okay, I have a typo. No. Why is it highlighting? Unexpected reserved word. Oh, I think, okay, I'm outside of the task, so it doesn't know why are we using await, because we have to be inside the test, right? This is already outside of test, just inside of describe block, but we want everything to be within the scope of this test, right? Okay, so we have response body, and let's also print it out so we can see what's actually coming back. So console log response body, right? And I'm gonna run it to see what is created. So name is Sam, job is QA engineer, there's ID and created. ID is generated randomly. When you don't know what's the ID is that's going to be returned, you can just verify that the option exists. But in our case, we're just going to verify the name and the job value. I think that's enough, and actually successful creation. So when you post, the response code will be 201, not 200. Okay, so let's do verify response. So expect response.status. So this is coming from the header. We don't have to use the body here. Dot to be 201. And then expect response body. Now we start looking into options. So in this case, we will put name dot to be new user. So from here, right? New user dot name. So we're saying the name that's coming back here is actually equal to the name in the object we created right here. Let's copy this. And here we're going to say job, right? To be new user job. And that's it. We're pretty much verified that this request created new user and it sends back the name and the job of the user created. Okay. All right, let's do the next one. So let's verify put request. So with put, you are updating a record. So let's say a record exists. We have a user and we want to rename the user. So we're going to use put to have the name updated, right? So let's start with our test. Verify put request async. Can have a request from Playwright error function. So here's our body for the test, and we still have to create an object that we will use to update the user. So let's create an object const updated user equals and name. All right, let's call user Mr. Banana, and the job of that user is USA President. Okay. Okay, so with the object created, now we want to do the request, pass the object, and save everything into response. So do put request and save response. So const response is equal await request. Okay, we again using this one, right? Dot put. Now we need to provide, when we're doing put request, you can see there's an ID provided. So let's update user number 1. So George Bluth. Okay, user number 1. Here, after the link, we need to provide the object. So data updated user. Okay. And we're gonna save body from parsed response, raw response. Response, await response, synchronous dot JSON. Okay, let's print it out and see what we got. Console.log response body. All right, so I'm going to run this test. And we got name and the job updated. Perfect. So all we need to do now is take the response object and verify that everything is looking as we want it, right? Verify the response. So expect response.status to be 200. Expect response body, right? Dot name to be updated user dot name, right? And same thing with the job. Let's run the test and see that if everything works. Okay, test passed. I'm gonna comment out the console output. Perfect. So we have 4 tests created. Let's do the last one. So now we will verify delete request. So test verify user is deleted, right? Async, and here we will have request. I wanted to remove that dot only because now we're gonna just run through everything, all 5 tests after we completed the test with deletion. So when you delete a record, all it does, it gives you back 204, meaning that the record is no longer there. It doesn't exist. 204 status and an empty body. So typically what you would do in the work situation, you would delete a record by ID, and then you try to get that record and verify the record is empty. Now with this API, because this API is more or less for training purposes, so the data is mocked and you can't really update it completely. Like if I delete a record and then pull it, it's still going to be there. That's just the way how the web page is set it up. So I can't impact the data behind the scenes. Only, in the moment of the response, but it's not actually not updating anything. So we're not going to verify the deletion of the object, but the normal process would be you delete and then get it again to see if it's gone. But what we will still verify that deletion actually did happen in the request itself and that we got back status code 204. So we're doing the same thing. We're saving the response. So response await request dot delete, and then you want to provide the ID of the user, right? The link, and it was the ID of the user. So I'm going to delete user 1. Okay, and if you're interested what the raw response brings if you delete a user, so you can say just console log it, and let's take a look. Okay, so it has status code 204, no content. So this is your like raw response with all the HTML and headers and so on. There's no body, it's just the content coming back. So if I'll do parsing, for example, const response body is equal to response .json to parse it, and let's print the response body now. Run it. Okay. it errors out. There is nothing undefined. There's nothing coming back. So we know there's only 204 coming. Now we can say expect response dot status dot to be 204. Let's run it again. Nice, passed. I don't have to print out the console. Let's do a little formatting here so everything looks nice. Okay, and now let me just run everything. So npx playwright test. 5 tests ran through. I had some console somewhere not disabled. So okay, here it is. Printed out some console stuff. Let's rerun it. So we have just the tests. That's it. Okay. Command here, test complete, 5 tests passed. We can see our report. All 5 tests are passing. And that's it. So you can start with Playwright API automation. So again, just get Postman, run your request in Postman first if you need a response body for assertion. So you can use it as your starting point, right? That's it. We're done. Congratulations. That was, a lot of work. Great job that you finished the whole playlist. I think by now you should be confident enough to be starting at a company doing Playwright automation. The set of skills that we've built together through the videos is enough to start working and doing automation tests using Playwright. Okay, so this was alexusadays. Thank you for watching. Hit like, subscribe for more, and I'll see you in the new videos. Bye bye.